also remind all of us that we are in the time of the 16 days of activism against violence against women and children. So let's all be mindful of that once more and once again. And maybe we should also use the opportunity yet again from the Commission side to call on all South Africans that qualify to get vaccinated as soon as possible. Commissioner Sitole, is it possible for you just to put on your video, please? Good morning and welcome once again to you and colleagues. Can you hear us quite clearly, Commissioner?
And yes, and good morning to the panel. Thank you.
Much and welcome. We can hear you quite clearly. So I remind you that you are still under oath, Commissioner. I hand back to the evidence team. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Dr. Stole. Last time when you gave evidence, we ended off where you were explaining that various aspects of the plan that you had were implemented and the police were able to stabilize the unrest. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct.
Yes, which parts of the plan were implemented?
The plan was a stabilization and normalization phases. The stabilization phase, which was targeting several hotspots, which at that particular time were burning as they were shifting the modus operandi. Some of the hotspots, we had interventions in the form of combat, which were then stabilized. Some of them we put prevention based on the intelligence that was shared. So some were foiled down, some incidents were foiled down, which involved the arrest of some people. Then some of the incidents in some of the hotspots were prevented at all costs. Then finally, there was also an investigation focus area, which was a multidisciplinary investigation task team. They were focusing on arrests, and people were then arrested, over 3,000. Thank you, Chair.
Which hotspots are you referring to be specific?
Well, the one hotspot I can cite to in Gauteng, Lisa, and Maponya Mall, and the KZN I can cite Phoenix and the other related hotspots around eThekwini.
Now, Dr. Stole, may I just find out, the information that you're giving us now is based on the report that you received from your subordinates. Is that correct?
It is correct. I am not sure whether the subject of subordinates would be relating to the command protocol of the plan, the reporting protocol, and as well as the intelligence side, then it's correct.
The reason why I'm asking you that question is because there's evidence on record that the police were nowhere to be found, right? Hence, there was a need for the deployment of SANDF. So I would like to know exactly on which specific days did the police attend to those hotspots, and what exactly did they do in order to try and stabilize the unrest?
Yeah, I think what I will not necessarily be very sure of is the exact practical meaning of the term nowhere to be found. But I would confirm that police, as a result of constraints and overstretch, they were not in time at the areas where they were needed. And in view of the current establishment numbers, vis-a-vis the demand for us to execute both the stabilization and the normalization plan at the time, I think we then needed the defense complement in order to support the police. So the police were not enough to be everywhere. And one example of that I would give, the looting was taking place mostly at the malls. And if I give you the mall that is States, I think by 2010 we had 1,600 in total of the malls. Currently we've got 2,300, and for the 2,200 where the establishment has actually gone down, then it means we were not enough in terms of the establishment to cover all the malls at the same time and responding to the sporadic demand. And therefore, we needed the defense complement. Thank you.
Yeah, but what I meant when I say they were nowhere to be found, they were not visible enough. And there's also evidence to the effect that police were overwhelmed, right? So the reason why I asked about which hotspots are you referring to, it's because so far you have spoken about Gauteng, Maponya Mall, and Phoenix. And these were not the only areas which were targeted. If the police were not visible enough in Phoenix or even in Gauteng, and there was a need for the deployment of SANDF members, so this plan, how was it implemented?
Okay, each and every plan, there's an operational direction that states clearly in terms of how it should be executed, and the principles thereof are correctly followed. But the plan was not based on numbers. It was based on the focus areas. And the hotspots were all outlined in the intelligence report, and they were changing at a particular time, because when we attended to the one hotspot, then they shifted the modus operandi to the other hotspot. And therefore, when you come up with a plan, when you design a plan, like as of now, you will design the plan intending to attend to the situational demand at hand. But when you are there, there's a high likelihood of the increased demand. If the modus operandi changes, then the demand will increase. That's where and when you will need more resources and more numbers. Only at the execution phase of the plan, the demand increase due to the change of modus operandi on the spot. And as a result of that, we needed more numbers beyond what we have and beyond the public order establishment, and hence the defense complement. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, do you agree with me that certain provinces in the country were not affected by the unrest? The Free State, the Eastern Cape, Western Cape, and other provinces were not affected, right? Why then were SAPS members from those provinces not deployed to come and assist here?
Okay, thank you very much. I would say to you, yes, the provinces which you have cited were not affected by the same level and state of violence. And earlier on, or maybe previously, I indicated to the commission that whenever there's an outbreak of a particular public violence or any situation, then resources are mobilized nationally. Now, during an unrest or a public violence like this one that broke out recently, no one owned resources or no province owned resources. All resources are owned by national. And the directive would come dictated by the plan that you've just referred to, which will indicate which province must send which resources where. And therefore, it doesn't mean that resources were not shifted from this province. Like for instance, some of the capital resources, they were shifted. But I want to then indicate to you that the intelligence report that was then submitted to me at the time was already indicating that in Mpumalanga, the modus operandi has already gone there. If Free State was also included, the modus operandi was already targeting to get there. And the criminals who were behind the execution of the modus operandi, they were also doing their own study to check where are we shifting resources so that they overstretch us to that particular area. Therefore, when resources were shifted, we're also extremely careful. We're doing that with extreme caution. We could not completely move resources from the one province to the other, but we did that in a proportional way as the demand increased. Thank you.
Now, earlier on during your testimony, whilst my learner colleague, Mr. Buang, was asking questions, you indicated that you have a good professional relationship with the Minister of Police. Is that correct?
Yeah, let me say the relationship between me and the minister is governed by rules. And when I responded, I said it is professionally normal. And therefore, in terms of the rules that we follow, our relationship as governed by the rules is normal. I agree.
How often do you speak to the Minister of Police in terms of work-related matters?
As often as the situation demands and as the mandate for us to interact also demand. So if there's issues that arise from his side and they require attention, which must be de-escalated to the National Commissioner, we speak. And as often as the demand is created, the same applies if there's matters that need escalation from my side to his side. We do interact. Like last week, we were together in Turkey. The demand there required us to speak every day of the days we were there. Thank you.
And how often do you meet up with the minister to brief him in relation to your operational matters?
Yeah, thanks again. Again, is as per situational demand. What I can explain is that there's certain levels of matters that require policy orientation and escalation. And as and when such situation arises or the execution of the operational mandate is escalated to that demand, then I do brief the minister, but I cannot determine how often. There's a directive that he has issued that we meet once a week, and we then bring each other on board in terms of development relating to the operations. But if the situation requires me to brief him more often than that directive he has given, I do so in order to bring him on board. Thank you.
So how often then did you follow this directive that required you to meet at least once a week?
Yeah, each and every, I never defied one directive that he has issued. So it also depends on his availability. It also further depends on what has also cropped up from the operational environment. If a situation arises before the briefing and it affects the briefing date, I bring that to his attention and ask for permission to attend to such a situation. And from his side again, if he is called either by the president or he must attend, whether it's special cabinet meetings, then he send me a notification to say, can we postpone? So, but I have always complied without any defiance.
Twice in your evidence today, you've mentioned an intelligence report that you received. I would assume that it was in relation to the unrest. Am I correct?
Yeah, let me explain it this way. The moment an operational plan is designed and is put into execution, the intelligence wing, they also have their own focus area, which run concurrently with the plan, focusing on tactical intelligence. Now, as the plan gets executed, or it is in execution, I get updated about intelligence state that requires of me maybe to give instructions to the senior command of the operation, or to be able to brief the higher authorities, which in this case would either be the executive or the commander-in-chief. Thank you.
Yes, but what was this intelligence report about?
Yeah, no, the intelligence report was about developments as far as the unfolding unrest was concerned, and as well as the extent of the execution of the plan.
Now, did you share this intelligence report with the Minister of Police?
I do share all intelligence report with the minister on matters that relate to the minister. But if there's an intelligence report that does not contain any matter that relates to the minister, then it's also not necessary to share such a report. But all those that relates to the minister, I do share, and even those that relates beyond the minister to the commander-in-chief.
Will you kindly then enlighten us as to what sort of matters relates to the ministers and what sort of matters don't relate to the minister?
Or matters that are pure operational, they do not relate to the minister, but the matters that require policy direction and political direction, then I escalate them to the minister.
So in respect of what you have just said now, this intelligence report, it was not necessary for you to share it with the minister.
Which intelligence report?
You've been referring to in your evidence.
No, in that intelligence report, there's developments that I shared with them, both the minister and as well as the commander-in-chief. But remember, it's not the whole content. But during the unrest, there were updates that I was doing, and there were updates that were done to me. So the section, when an intelligence report is given to me, I then categorize the information that is contained and choose out of it, what is it that I need to bring to the attention of the minister.
Into this intelligence report, what is it that you did bring to the attention of the minister?
I think firstly, the fact that the modus operandi was intending to spread, because the modus operandi was intended to destabilize the whole country, and its intention was to spread to all the provinces. Such matters were brought. The nature of the modus operandi, I think, and obviously, whenever we're effecting arrests, there's certain level and prominence of the arrests which I would bring to the attention of the minister.
Okay. May I then find out from you, when exactly did you receive this intelligence report?
I cannot give you a specific time because the intelligence briefing is done as per situational demand as the situation arises. Because some of the intelligence briefing, they are done verbally, and then some of them, they are done formally in writing. Now, if there's an intelligence which arises from a tactical perspective, but is intelligence that is critical, then I will get a verbal briefing. Now, as and when I receive it, and as per situational demand, I would then also escalate it or issue an instruction with regard to a certain way of operationalizing it.
Will I then be correct to assume that you received it long before the unrest could take place?
You won't be correct because I have already indicated to you that this intelligence that we're talking about was generated concurrently with the execution of the plan. And the plan started its execution immediately after the outbreak of the public violence. That's why we were stabilizing it. So it wouldn't be long before.
Was it shortly before the unrest?
Yeah, I would say shortly after the execution of the operational plan. I'm saying shortly after the commencement of the execution of the operational plan.
Yes, which was when?
I think firstly, I have already explained, and you also, I think the first panel member has put it to me as per the commencement of the outbreak of the unrest, and I indicated that immediately after the outbreak, I then issued an instruction to the National Crime Combating that is Forum, under the leadership of the Deputy National Commissioner for Policing, to design a stabilization and normalization plan for us to focus that. So, or to focus on the unrest. And then, as part of one of the focus areas, then the intelligence was deployed. But the intelligence started deploying preliminarily so as the plan was about to be executed. So I think then the intelligence started relating on tactical intelligence based on the execution of the plan. But the intelligence before is the one that I have explained as per the level and the lifting of the modus operandi. And the modus operandi started at level 3 and not necessarily at level 1.
Okay, Ndata, with all due respect, I'm a little bit confused because you tend to give long-winded answers, right? So what I would like to find out from you is, what was the operational plan based on, since you received this intelligence on almost at the same time at the execution of the operational plan?
Okay, I will try to make you understand. I think there's intelligence, and I'm now, in actual fact, that's where I might have a little bit of a problem, because if I have to explain to you an operational process, then my answer become long. And if my answer is becoming longer, you seem to be complaining. But I will explain it this way. There's an intelligence exercise that takes place prior to an execution of any plan, which will then inform a planning process, which will trigger planning. But when a plan is also executed, there's a tactical intelligence exercise that goes hand in glove with the execution of the plan. And that intelligence is giving me a full scope of what impact is the plan making, what is the changing modus operandi if the criminals are changing the modus operandi, what are the new developments during that. Now, the intelligence I'm referring to now is an intelligence that was gathered as one of the focus areas of the plan that was in execution, which was the stabilization and normalization plan.
All right, Ntate. Now, again, the operational plan that you had, what was it based on? What was the basis of this operational plan that was executed?
Remember, there was an unrest in progress, and there was looting, there was instability in the country. And the plan was intended to provide a response. That was the basis of the plan, to stabilize, to make sure that they already, and that is instability, which was in progress, is brought to the end, and the safety of the community of South Africa is normalized.
In other words, what you're telling us is the plan only came after the unrest had started.
The plan that I am referring to, the one I'm saying, is a stabilization and normalization plan. And in terms of the operational principle, a stabilization plan shall always follow the outbreak of a violence. The moment there's when violence starts or a public order instability starts, there's a level 1 and level 2 response, which is a deployment is by the police stations and the local metros. The moment the situation escalates to level 3, then the stabilization plan comes in, and that's when level 3 resources are deployed.
All right. So will I also be correct to say that from what you have explained, the intelligence report that you referred to was also received during the time of the unrest, not before?
The one that I'm referring to, yes.
In other words, there was no intelligence report in relation to the upcoming unrest that you received?
Yeah, a report that was explicit to say, here's an unrest coming in terms of this modus operandi. Such a report was not picked up by all the intelligence, because the actual modus operandi could not be advanced before.
It wasn't picked up by all intelligence, is that what you're saying?
The modus operandi, yes.
Now, Ntate, are you aware of the statement that was made under oath by the Minister of Police?
I heard about it.
Are you aware of it?
Yes, I am aware.
Have you had an opportunity to look at it? Peruse the statement?
Not necessarily enough opportunity, but I can, to a certain extent, relate, but I haven't had a full opportunity to read through it.
You had an opportunity to peruse it.
Yes, I did.
Do you have, do you maybe have the statement in front of you?
No. It has not been officially submitted to me.
Been officially submitted to you?
Yes.
If I may ask.
I think I would look. You said, do I have it in front of me? Now, for me to have it in front of me, it must be officially submitted to me. Now, I was responding to your question to say I don't officially have it in front of me or with me. No one anyway has got an obligation to submit it to me.
Answer earlier on is you've had an opportunity to look at it, you've perused the statement.
Okay. Let me explain this way. I also have my own legal team looking at everything that is surrounding this particular process. And it was brought to my attention by the legal team that there's a statement that has been submitted by the minister. And I was busy with other processes in Turkey. I was in an Interpol conference. And I then asked them to send me a copy. But that is why I'm saying I haven't had a full opportunity to read through the statement because as and when it came, I was engaged in other processes. But of course, we can relate to the statement. No, I'm saying if the commission wishes that we should relate to the statement, I am okay.
Properly that
If it is necessary for me, yes, and if the commission requires of me to have a full content of the statement, I think that would be fine with me.
Commissioner, may I just get your direction in respect of what that they saying?
Yes, now,
No. I think I am fine.
At least up until 1:15?
yes, that's fine. Let's
Thank
make it
you.
until 10:15. 10:15. We adjourn until 10:15. Thank you. are going to resume now. Commissioner Sithole, did you have the opportunity to read the statement of Minister Cele?
Thank you very much. Yes, Chair, I had the opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ndare Sithole, now, having had sight of the statement, are you happy with the contents of the statement?
Yeah, I cannot say I'm happy or not happy, but the minister wrote in the statement what is his experience of the unrest, and in other areas of the statement he expressed his own opinion. So there's information or things that he knows, and there's also things that I also experienced. So I think the statement he has written, it's a true reflection of his experience.
A true reflection of his experience.
Yes.
Right. And are you aware that the statement is adversely against you?
Well, yeah, depending on the things, how I relate to the things that he has reflected in the statement.
Now, I'm not going to ask you to read the entire statement, right? But I would like to focus on certain areas on the statement, right? If you go to page 3 of the statement, key features of the attack.
Yeah, it's okay. I am on page 3.
Wherein it's paragraph 11, right? The minister starts off at paragraph 8 explaining the areas which were targeted, which were sectors of economy such as the trucks traveling on the key areas, arteries between Gauteng and KZN, attacks and damage to cell phone towers on Eskom power station. Now, when you go to paragraph 11, this is what the minister says. Pertaining to the violence, mainly in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng, for the period leading up to the outbreak thereof, and from the time that the violence broke out to the time it was brought under control, the minister did not receive any intelligence report from the National Commissioner or the Divisional Commissioner, Crime Intelligence of South Africa Police Service. Now, do you agree with that statement?
I think, yeah, firstly, I also personally indicated to say prior to the outbreak of the violence, I also personally did not receive a report that was relating to the modus operandi pertaining to the violence before the outbreak. The intelligence reports which were received were normal intelligence reports which contained intelligence products like the quarterly reports, which were forwarded to the crime fighting structures, but pertaining to the modus operandi relating to the outbreak of the public violence of July, there wasn't a specific intelligence report received. And hence, the minister wouldn't have been so briefed about an intelligence report relating to the outbreak of the public violence.
Now, let me just clarify something, because you keep on referring to the modus operandi in relation to the unrest. Maybe I don't understand what you mean by the modus operandi, but my question is, did you receive any intelligence report in relation to the unrest?
Not in relation to the unrest, to the outbreak of the unrest, before the outbreak of the unrest.
Okay, thank you. Now, let's move to page 5.
May I just come in here, because in that paragraph 11, Commissioner, it says, it doesn't only refer to an intelligence report prior to the unrest. It also says that he did not receive a report from the time that the violence broke out to the time it was brought under control, which seems to be different, because the intelligence report you refer to, you say aspects thereof was brought under the minister's attention, but here he says, up until the time the unrest was brought under control, the minister did not receive any intelligence report from you or the Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence. Can you respond to that, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I have explained to say the type of an intelligence report that was generated during the execution. It's a tactical intelligence report that fits the bigger report that we escalate firstly to the cluster, where the minister, my minister, is a co-chair of the cluster, and where I'm also co-chairing the cluster. So there's no specific intelligence report, except in the intelligence report if there's something contained that requires me to bring that particular aspect to the attention of the minister. But after the outbreak of the report, we were submitting a fully fledged report about the unrest and the progress thereof, the stabilization progress, to the ministers in the cluster. And my minister was part of the cluster. Thank you, Chair.
Page 5, paragraph 16, from paragraph 16. Paragraph 16 reads thus: as stated above, pertaining to the violence mainly in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng for the period leading up to the outbreak thereof, and from the time that the violence broke out to the time it was brought under control, the minister did not receive an intelligence report from the National Commissioner and the Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence. Paragraph 17. It should be noted that since December 2020, the minister has not received any intelligence report briefing from the SAPS on any matter. Is that correct?
I think the intelligence report referred to in paragraph 17 in my understanding, it pertains to policing overall. And if it relates to overall policing in the country, it won't be correct because the intelligence report I indicated earlier on that some are submitted in writing formally, but some they are done through verbal briefing. And I have also further indicated that the minister gave a directive that we should meet on a weekly basis. The discussion there is an update on policing, and if there's any intelligence related matter that talks to that requires the minister to know pertaining to policing, we share that particular intelligence. And shortly before the outbreak of the violence, I think we were also sharing intelligence reports or updates pertaining to the execution of the court order and what was surrounding that is the court order. And we were briefing each other up until the execution. So if the way it is crafted there, it won't be correct. If it pertains to the unrest, I would agree.
Now, the minister says since December 2020, he has not received any intelligence report briefing from SAPS on any matter. So he cannot be correct according to you.
To say on any matter, it won't be correct to say on any matter. But it depends what are the matters referred to.
May I also try and understand, according to you, you would only brief the minister in relation to policy matters, not operational matters.
I will brief him on operational matters which impact on policy.
If it doesn't reflect impact on policy, you don't. Is it your prerogative or is it your policy that says you shouldn't brief the minister on matters, operational matters that does not relate to policy?
The prescripts which relate to the functional mandate of the National Commissioner are clear to say the operational matters, they are dealt with up to which level and which matters involve or require the executive. It's not my policy. It's a functional demand as per the mandate, the mandate, the functional mandate of the National Commissioner.
Okay, let's move to paragraph 18. More specifically, the minister did not receive intelligence in the form of a report and or briefing before the violent uprising from SAPS management and or from the State Security Agency as reported. It was also reported that early warning intelligence was provided to police management, including the minister, ahead of the unrest between 9 and 12 July 2021. The office of the minister and or the minister himself, however, did not receive any such early warning intelligence from SAPS. Do you agree with this statement?
I would agree with the statement where he says there was no early warning pertaining to the public violence or before the outbreak thereof. because I have also already indicated that the early warning prior to the outbreak did not pick up the modus operandi of the outbreak, so it wasn't reported to the minister.
It says early warning intelligence was provided to the police management. And when you say that there was no early warning, then what will be the purpose of crime intelligence within your department?
Yeah, there's a specification requirement for an early warning, especially if you have to deal with a situation. So I think crime intelligence did submit an early warning, but which does not relate or point out exactly the unrest modus operandi that was going to be applied, because we use the early warning to plan in order either to fall down incidents, to prevent them, or maybe to deal with them in a combat manner. But then the early warning must then be explicit in unpacking the modus operandi. So here, the early warning did not pick up the modus operandi.
Also find out this early warning, was it provided in a form of a report or was it just provided verbally?
It was provided in the form of reports, which intelligence is always submitting.
Good enough to enable SAPS to actually prepare itself for the unrest?
It did not pick up the modus operandi for the unrest, and hence it could not assist for SAPS then to plan to counter or stop the modus operandi, the unrest.
Moving on to paragraph 20.
May we perhaps just hear, what did this report exactly say, this early warning? Commissioner?
Yeah, so thank you very much, Chair. I think, Chair, what is expected from an early warning is that the what, the when, the where, the how and who need to be addressed in an early warning pertaining to a specific that is incident. And so that if the early warning is explicit in that, then they are able to plan. But what was contained in the early warning was information which was already there, and it was information which they shared, which was emanating from the court execution, and but which was not very explicit what modus operandi was going to be utilized, who were the people, and maybe what type of resources, which areas were targeted explicitly, where the modus operandi was going to be executed. And hence, the operatives in the form of provinces and as well as the combat teams, they therefore could not use that early warning, could not assist them to come up with an accurate plan.
You're saying to us now what the early warning did not say. What did it say?
The early warning shared information which was already there in both in the public and as well as operational domain. Like for instance, some of the things which were outlined in those reports were the fact that the MK cadres, they were mobilizing themselves. I think such information was coming out. But there's other matters which I think are contained, which the operatives, I think some of them, they were outlined in General Mawela's testimony, where they indicated that every other information was actually made available to them, but except exactly the information pertaining to the unpacking of the unrest modus operandi. But I don't have the report in front of me, but they have it, the operatives, and we can indicate exactly what is it all that was stated. But the missing part of it was the one that was supposed to tell us explicitly about the unrest that was about to break out. Thank you, Chair.
So you are willing to make these intel reports available to the Commission?
Yes, Chair. These reports can be made available, Chair.
Thank you very much. And then just on this other point that this specific intelligence pertaining to the early warning that we spoke about just now, you did not find it necessary to make this available to the Minister? Because he says in 19, there was this early warning intelligence provided to police management, but he wants to state very clearly that the Office of the Minister and the Minister himself, however, did not receive any such early warning intelligence from the SAPS. So you did not find it necessary to make this specific early warning available or known to the Minister, Commissioner?
Thank you very much, Chair. And Chair, as I indicated, my last interaction with the Minister prior to the release of this early warning was during the execution of the court order. And the early warning that was submitted, it's a normal routine intelligence product or intelligence report, which CI is submitting. That is as part and parcel of their responsibility. And it is true or in these reports or from these reports, Chair, that I determine matters that require the policy escalation or to be escalated to the Minister because of the fact that the situation requires that they must be brought to his attention. But if the report, the early warning is not different from maybe much from a previous one, and there isn't that is explicit that the Minister should know. Like, for instance, during that time, the Minister would have liked to know which is what was of a priority importance to him. Could have been intelligence that talks to the outbreak of the violence and any other intended new modus operandi. And since that was not contained in the report was not of priority importance for me to bring to the attention of the Minister. It wouldn't have made a difference. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, having regard to the answer that you gave earlier on to the Chair, would you then characterize the Crime Intelligence Department as not sufficiently equipped to inform you of the type of unrest we had in July?
Yeah, thank you. I think it definitely at the present moment not sufficiently equipped. Part of the modus operandi applied during the unrest was the fact that they resorted to technology. And the technological resourcing of CI at the present moment requires quite a serious upgrade. And during the time of the unrest, they also did not have sufficient budget and the other resources. And at the present moment, we are now working on their corporate renewal, which include the resources. Thank you, Chair.
So all along the crimes intelligence systems of SAPS didn't have enough equipment to actually put the department in a position to be ready for those kind of unrest, or to prepare for those type of unrest?
I think crime intelligence is an integral part of SAPS, which as an organization at the moment is not sufficiently resourced. And we are trying to upgrade the resources. But then again, we've also indicated the budget cuts and further indicated the deteriorated depreciation of the capital resources. These include technological resources. Thank you, Chair.
Now, with regards to this early warning report, do you know who else was actually provided with it?
The person I know is my Deputy National Commissioner for Policing, who is entrusted with the responsibility to ensure stability in the country. Is part and parcel of his job description. And he is chairing the National Crime Combating Forum, where all intelligence products are presented and shared. And he's also chairing the NAT joints at the level of the cluster. So that's the person I know the early warning was shared.
Now, paragraph 20 of the minister's statement reads thus: this officer subsequently learned that this report was seemingly distributed to inter alia the National Commissioner General Sitole, Lieutenant General Masemola, and senior managers within the division Crime Intelligence. Paragraph 21. Furthermore, the minister is not aware of any intelligence report that was generated by Crime Intelligence Division of the SAPS. It is expected that crime intelligence compile and dispatch multiple intelligence reports in order to enable the executive and the minister to provide better executive direction during the unrest, which did not occur. Do you have any comments in relation to these statements?
Yeah, no, look, the comment I can only make is the fact that I have already indicated that out of the routine intelligence products, which are submitted as per the mandate of crime intelligence, I then generate and pick up what is relevant for the briefing of the minister to be escalated for briefing. But the one obvious thing is that not all intelligence products in the form of reports are taken to the minister. So that's the comment I can make.
Yeah, but in this instance, you had early warning signs, and the minister indicates that crime intelligence reports should be compiled and dispatch multiple intelligence reports in order to enable the executive and the minister to provide better executive direction, right? So from the time that you were warned until the unrest, there's only been one intelligence report, which you didn't find it necessary to give to the minister. Am I right?
Yes. That is the report cited in his statement. I agree. That report was not necessary, but the next intelligence report after the execution, intelligence reports are given as part and parcel of the progress report of the operation. And when that report is given or is shared to ministers at the level of the cluster, then there's a NICOG report which contains integrated intelligence, including SAPS, SSA, even defense intelligence. Such a report, it then relates or complement the progress report that is shared based on the stabilization process of the operation. So this is how the intelligence report translate into. But before then, this is what will relate to. But where we deal with integrated intelligence, there isn't a separate crime intelligence report. There's what we call an ICC report, which is produced by Integrated Intelligence Committee and is escalated to NICOG to form one report of all intelligence families in the country. That is the practice that happened until the end of the public violence after the outbreak and the implementation of the stabilization plan. And the cluster ministers were then part and parcel of the value chain.
And if I understand you correctly, then the minister must be right when he says that since December 2020, he has not received any intelligence report from your office.
I think earlier on I indicated, because if you use the word any intelligence report, then it might then be escalating to the broader policing. That for the whole policing in South Africa since December 2020, there was no intelligence report that is given to the minister. That one is the one I cannot confirm at this stage if it relates to policy. I can confirm if it relates to the unrest.
Now, moving on to paragraph 22. The SAPS management therefore failed to inform or brief the minister, thus leaving the minister to rely on his own resources and had to work with people on the ground in an effort to contain the unrest. Paragraph 23. Further to this, the National Commissioner has not once been in KwaZulu-Natal or Gauteng. It was only the minister who visited the affected areas in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng to calm the situation and to try to unite communities affected by the unrest. The National Commissioner was nowhere to be seen, and the minister had to work with the Deputy National Commissioner, Policing and Provincial Commissioner in an effort to contain the unrest. Do you have any comments in relation to these two statements?
Yeah, the first comment I can make is that the Deputy National Commissioner was deployed by virtue of my instructions. Now, if the minister chose to work with the Deputy National Commissioner that I have deployed, that was his prerogative. And by virtue of the command structure of SACS and protocol, and by the nature of the unrest, I needed to dispatch senior officers in order to take care of the situation as the demand was put on the table. But two, the Section 205 and Section 207 responsibilities of the Constitution, the responsibility to ensure stability in the province and for provincial policing is a Section 207 mandate, which rests with the provincial commissioner. And the provincial commissioner, by virtue of that section, is supposed to take the responsibility and execute that function, report to me, call for my intervention where it is necessary. And in terms of Section 205, if for any reason, according to my assessment, my intervention will be required after interaction and assessment of a situation in a specific province, it might then be necessary for me to intervene or even get down to that particular province or any hotspot in the country. But then again, depending on the feasibility of the situation. So during the unrest, I have already explained that during the 3 days of the unrest, I had the responsibility and there was a situational obligation for me to take the bird's eye view because the whole country was under siege, and therefore could not have gone to a specific that is area, because I needed to have a view of all the areas and control the whole country. But the Deputy National Commissioner was deployed under my instructions, and provincial commissioners were also given specific instruction, and that's their mandate. Thank you, Chair.
Where were you when you had to deploy the Deputy National Commissioner?
In the National Commissioner's operational room. And is in Pretoria.
Okay. So the country has a crisis. You have a minister that you have to report to, right? You decide to deploy a Deputy National Commissioner. You don't give the minister the intelligence report. You didn't think it was necessary. What should the public make of that?
Yeah, what I will find a little bit interesting is the fact that you say the country is in crisis and I deploy a Deputy National Commissioner. Number one is this responsibility is what he's paid for to be deployed. Number two, is the only person I could have deployed because he's the Deputy National Commissioner for that particular function. Number three, the country has been under siege as we both say, but then I could not have gone to a specific hotspot because there were hotspots all over and across. And then the Deputy National Commissioner had to take that responsibility. I had to deploy. He's not the only person I deployed. I deployed all the Deputy National Commissioners for their different responsibilities. I also deployed the Deputy National Commissioner for Crime Detection to take responsibility for investigations, to assemble those investigations. I also deployed the Deputy National Commissioner for corporate support services to make sure the distribution of resources and make sure that resources are there where they are needed in time. Now, I'm not sure whether the statement suggests I should not have deployed any of them, but it was their responsibility. And they had an obligation to go and perform their functions, where I also equally had an obligation to perform my function. And the intelligence, I think I indicated, I give it as the situation and the prescripts necessitate. Thank you.
It does appear, though, Commissioner, that from the statements made here by the Minister, that you and the Minister were not really on the same page and working together in terms of deciding, who should be deployed, who not. It does appear in your case that you make a very clear distinction between policy and operations and might have regarded these matters as operational. But one would expect your member of cabinet, of the executive and the national commissioner actually putting heads together and working together, at a time like this. This doesn't appear to be the case, as the minister seems to be quite unhappy with what transpired. Your comment on that, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think maybe what I can firstly explain is that the function of the National Commissioner is to ensure operational effectiveness of policing, but then account. And I need to account to the minister, and the minister will outline the direction for accounting. If a situation breaks out and it requires policing intervention, by virtue of the operational prescript, is the National Commissioner who must determine how the deployment and how such a situation must be addressed. But then I will then indicate to the minister there's this situation and I've already deployed, this is how I have deployed. But as to whether who must be deployed at what time, I think the operational prescript does not place a requirement to say we must agree on who must be deployed. And there isn't any time for that. But on the question of response and accountability, I think I agree, Chair, and that yes, we also need to find each other. Unfortunately, the situational demand at an operational level is such that by the time I inform the minister about an incident or a situation, I shall have already made the decision to deploy or to provide or to shape a particular response, because that is my responsibility. Otherwise, I would have failed to act. So sometimes the minister may not see it in the same way as the chair indicates, but then that's where then we will then need to sit and together and discuss, and where there's feasible reviews in terms of the approach. I think I am also not necessarily difficult or think what my assessment of the situation could be the only assessment. But I think I agree, Chair. It's on the question of accountability. Yes, I would account to the minister. Thank you, Chair.
So, Ndate, you deemed it necessary to be sitting in the command room when there was a crisis, or when there's a crisis that needed you to be in communication with the minister in order to give executive direction to the plan that you had in hand or anything. So from the statement of the minister, you were nowhere to be found. And my take is that there was no communication at all between you and the minister. Is that correct?
Yeah, firstly, in the operational room that I choose to be when the country is under siege, there's all forms of communication. There's feasibility to communicate. The position I took during this unrest is the same position I took during the execution of the court order. I commanded the operation of the court order from my operational room. And there I was communicating with the operatives, the senior officers, the provincial commissioner, the minister, and I was able even to give an update to the commander-in-chief. So it's confirmed. Now, if you are nowhere to be found, it depends who is looking for you and where. So I think for anyone who might have been looking for me, I think I was at a vicinity where I was reachable and where I could communicate with anyone. But whenever a situation breaks out, I need to take a strategic position that will enable me to execute my mandate in the interest of the country. Thank you, sir.
Therefore, the allegation that you were nowhere to be found is wrong.
It may not be wrong, but it is not true.
Commissioner, could you elaborate on what this?
The person who might have been looking for me might not have found me because might have been looking for me at the wrong place where I wasn't. But everyone who was looking for me during the unrest found me and could access me. And secondly, starting with my phone, it was on, and I confirm it was not on silent. And secondly, the whole communication system of SAPS that is being activated during an operation was activated. And no one was found to be looking for me, even the community, because one of the measure blows that we gave to the unrest instigators or role players was when I activated the community activation plan. Even the communities, the chairpersons of the National Board of Community Policing, they could access me. We communicated. I was able to convene a meeting with them in my operational room, and we came up with interventions. Now the question of, that's why I'm saying, I don't want to dispel the fact that there might have been people who were looking for me, but all those who were looking for me at the right place did find me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ndate. May I just find out, did you find it necessary to take an initiative to contact the minister during that time?
Where and when it was necessary for me to do so and the situation required. But remember, I am the accounting one to the minister, and the minister is the one who gives instructions. And most of the time, the minister will communicate instructions to me and will require. And sometimes he writes me, and when he also writes me, I respond. Where it is necessary also to write the minister, I write. Where it's necessary for me to communicate by means of a telephone, yes, I do.
The allegation is that you were nowhere to be found, so he couldn't find you. He was looking for you. He couldn't find you. He was looking for you at the wrong places, right? So did you deem it necessary to talk to him personally since you report to the minister?
If I knew he was looking for me, I was going to call him or find another way of interacting with me. But maybe I also just need to indicate we both have executive offices. And in my office, I've got an executive manager at the level of Major General. He's got the chief of staff. We've got administrations. If for any reason he's looking for me and he cannot find me, I will get a call urgently through my executive manager to say the minister is looking for you, can you call? And sometimes I will get a call, I will get activated by my protectors to say, no, we receive a call from the minister's protectors. The minister is looking for you over the phone, can you call? Sometimes I get called by the deputy minister, and the deputy minister would say to me, hey, Commissioner, the minister is looking for you. Can you call him? I do so. Now, I'm just wondering what happened during the unrest, that all these processes could not work. But I think there are all those provisions in place.
Yeah, but my question is, unless the minister is looking for you, then you won't find it necessary to communicate with him.
If a necessity exists that I should call the minister, or there's anything that I need to bring to his attention, let me give you an example. I called him yesterday, even though he's not in the country, because there is an appointment we needed him to sanction, which must commence tomorrow. Therefore, there's a situation which arises that requires of me to speak to the minister. And it arises in many different ways. And as and when it does, I call him. But I need to then indicate I am a disciplined and career cop. I just don't call the minister at any time for any other thing that is not work related. Thank you.
Thank you. Therefore, the situation in July, right, did not necessitate you to communicate with the minister.
Where and when it necessitated, we did communicate. Like for instance, we spend most of the time interacting. Like we had constant cluster briefing meetings where we're briefing ministers, and we're together indoors. The president activated the National Security Council, and we were together. So I think the communication was feasible.
Thank you. Now let's move to paragraph 24. It is therefore the minister's observation and considered opinion that there was no concerted or integrated effort from SAPS Crimes Intelligence, Policing Division, and top management to properly plan for and to address the unrest that eventually led to a week-long destruction, looting, insurrection, and loss of life in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng. Any comment on that statement?
No concerted effort before the outbreak, serious efforts after the outbreak with stabilization and normalization plan execution, which ended up marking a stop to the unrest. So I think that's my comment.
I'm not sure I understood your comment, Ntate. What is your comment?
I think the paragraph says there was no concerted efforts by top management to properly plan. I am saying before the outbreak, because of the lack of accurate intelligence on the modus operandi, yes, there were no concerted effort. But after the outbreak, we came up with a response, stabilization and normalization plan, which was executed until at the time the unrest came to a stop.
You from having a concerted effort to properly plan and address the unrest, and only later on be able to address the issues of the unrest.
Yeah, when you don't have accurate intelligence on the modus operandi, you cannot put a concrete plan on the table. And I think this has been explained, but immediately after the outbreak, we had enough tactical intelligence to put a stabilization response plan on the table. And the structure that deals with the stabilization of public violence, which is the knot joints, was then activated, and the execution was nationwide. We further activated other strategies like the community policing strategy, which was aligned to this particular plan, and hence what helped us to bring this particular unrest to the end. And that part of a concerted effort, I think it was the effective part. But before the outbreak, yes, we did not have accurate intelligence on the modus operandi to put a concrete plan on the table. Thank you.
All right. Paragraph 26 to 27, the heading is SAPS Organizational Systems and Architecture. The SAPS is the primary law enforcement agency in the country. Although a member of other agencies also has law enforcement mandates, the SAPS remains the primary and leading constitutionally mandated agency. SAPS has an internal operational system that outlines the architecture for how operations are initiated, developed, and coordinated. The systems could be reflected in the following model. Now that you've had sight of the minister's statement, do you agree with the organizational structure which he has outlined on the statement?
Yeah, I would agree with the principle. Remember, he has outlined it as a model, and that is a model design that he has put in place. So I would agree with the principle of the model.
Paragraph 28 reads as per the above-mentioned matrix, it is apparent that SAPS has had operational and infrastructural systems and architecture to have adequately responded and rise to the challenges posed by these attacks. Do you agree with the statement?
Yeah, if we have a uniform or common understanding of the statement, because the statement says SAPS would have adequately responded. And the response is provided after the incident outbreak. Now, the response through the stabilization plan and immediately after the outbreak, I think was adequate to stop the unrest after all. But the shortcoming was before on the prevention side. So I would agree with the statement if the understanding is the same, because the stabilization was a response plan.
So if the minister says SAPS has the operational and infrastructural systems and architecture to have adequately responded to the rise to the challenges posed by these attacks, and you were saying prior to the unrest, the intelligence system was not sufficiently equipped to make you aware of the modus operandi. How so?
All right, I think it's fine. We have been on this point, yeah, on several occasions to say the SAPS plan started after the outbreak. And then before the outbreak, there wasn't a concrete plan as a result of the fact that the intelligence could not unpack the modus operandi. But again, here, where I'm talking about an adequate response, I am not necessarily meaning or confirming that SAPS have got adequate infrastructure. I think I am referring to the fact that the stabilization plan was an integrated and multidisciplinary collaborated plan, where we've had all security forces, including metros, and as well as the defense, which was already assisting. But from an infrastructure's point of view and the resource requirement, we were not necessarily there yet. But the distinction I am drawing here is that yes, we responded adequately after the outbreak as a response plan. But before, if we would have had sufficient intelligence unpacking the modus operandi, would have come up with a prevention plan. So the prevention plan, therefore, would not be there in time. But the response plan was adequate after the outbreak. Thank you.
Having regard to what you have said so far, will I then be correct to say that SAPS intelligence systems has dismally failed to enable you to properly prepare for the unrest that was coming, or pre-plan for the unrest?
Yeah, I will not necessarily understand exactly the part of the failure, but I would agree with you to say intelligence did not have sufficient capacity at the time to rise up to the expectations or the requirement and the situational demand created by the unrest, also even from a resource point of view. Thank you.
Will I also be correct to say that lack of collegial relations within your operational structure has actually led to SAPS not being able to prevent the unrest from taking place?
It depends which operational structures you would be referring to, because in SAPS, there's one structure that coordinates all policing response matters, and that is the National Crime Combating Forum. And there isn't an operational unit that exists on its own. And secondly, we also have NAT joints, which was also equally activated at that particular time, which then brings in all the cluster disciplines together, and they all work according to one plan. So I wouldn't be sure here which SAPS operational units you would be referring to, but there isn't one that exists in isolation or on its own. There's one structure that's coordinating, and it's that structure that's accounting under the Deputy National Commissioner Policing.
Was there coordination and collective cooperation between these structures that you've mentioned prior to the unrest?
Yes, prior and during, those structures remain coordinating, and the standing operational instructions to that effect.
Then shouldn't they have worked together to prevent the unrest from taking place, or to properly prepare you for the unrest?
Remember, they are always working together. If they win together, and if they lose together. And here, like if I'll give you an example with crime intelligence. Crime intelligence is the wing of the National Crime Combating Strategy or Forum that provides the foundational intelligence for planning. And the whole structure will put a plan together, which will be based on that particular foundation. Then it means if the foundation provided by crime intelligence is weak, then it means the whole structure, the whole plan shall be weak, and the whole structure shall be weak. But it doesn't mean they won't be working together. It will mean they have worked together. The confirmation I have is that they did work together, and they were together facing the situation, and they together took on the challenge. And what was affecting the one wing, like for instance, the insufficient resourcing of the one wing was affecting the whole structure, or the resourcing of the whole structure. And therefore, they were working together, and the standing operational instruction is that any one of them is not complying, then we deal with it in terms of consequence management.
And that, wouldn't then you agree with me that the systems that you have explained that are within SAPS should have been properly enabled to deal with the ensuing crisis before it happened?
Yeah, part and parcel of enabling them is to resource them. And I have, from a coordination perspective, I think they have been fine. But from a capacity which is not separated from resourcing perspective, they were not up to scratch. They could not be equal to the task. And I'm saying so because the increasing demand or the demand for resourcing remain increasing. And the more we get into the future, is the more, in actual fact, the crisis continues. The one example of that is the growing population, which continues to skew the ratio of police to the public, and which also continues to create the police infrastructural demand in the form of police stations and other related service delivery excess demands. And that's where the police get overstretched.
If I can just come in here. So, Commissioner, you basically say that crime intelligence was under-resourced and that as a result of that, they failed in providing information that could have prevented the unrest. That is what you're saying, correct?
That's the one of the biggest contributing factors, Chair. You are correct.
Now that, may I just ask this one question? When did you realize that SAP's intelligence unit was actually under-resourced?
Yeah, I earlier on indicated that SAP's crime intelligence forms an integral part of policing. And the under-resourcing of crime intelligence cannot be separated from the under-resourcing of the police service as a whole. Right from my entry into the office, I realized that SAPS was under-resourced. And secondly, I went through processes of providing a response from the turnaround vision. I introduced the migration of resources from the macro function structure to production level, which was done through the restructuring process. Is still in progress as we speak, where we trying to shift the resources. But secondly, in the midst of that, that's where I got caught in the process of budget cuts, taking the establishment down. So I think the realization of the under-resourcing of CI is on the same base as the realization for the under-resourcing of SAPS, because you may resource crime intelligence fully tomorrow, but at a police station level, if there's no resources, no one will be able to attend to the public. If there's 2 members in the community service center and 3 incident breaks out, the question would be, who do you send to the second incident? So I think I'm looking at a holistic resourcing of SAPS, which includes CI, and for that, I have put together the integrated resource strategy, and I have also assembled the integrated resource committee. They are working on that. Thank you.
And to date, there hasn't been enough measures taken to fully resource SAPS to enable it to properly take care of situations like the ones in July.
There's more cuts to the establishment. I think the establishment is going down due to the scaling down of the personnel budget. And for that, then it means instead of improving the situation, I think we foresee a more higher conflict between the ratio of police to the public and the growing population. But secondly, we are also having a fast-growing spatial development, which places more demand for more police stations, for more infrastructure. I got it from the Commission in my last week appearance that as South Africa, we are topping the international rating with regard to being a violent country, which places a higher demand on increasing the public order resources. And with the establishment that is going down, expect lower numbers of public order. And so, but we are attending to alternative resourcing, which is the distribution and redistribution of these resources, so that we try to better the situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Tata. I don't have any further questions.
Chair.
Yes.
Yes,
Please
thank
go
you. Good morning, Mr. Stolle.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, yes. I'm just going to follow on a number of questions that my sister asked you, and you seem to have been giving long answers, clearly trying to dribble her. So my request is going to be this. I'm going to ask you specific questions, and you respond to those specific questions without giving me a long explanation. In the event I require you to give me long explanation, I will indicate. Those are rules of our engagement. Do you get that?
I do get it, Chair.
Very much. Let's start from the beginning, Mr. Stolle. You matriculated in 1984. Is that correct?
Yes.
Into your profile at on the website of the SAPS.
It's correct, sir.
Is there any further qualification that you have obtained since you matriculated in 1984?
Not at tertiary level.
Do you not have national diploma in policing?
No.
Agree that many of your members, that's the minimum qualification they have?
Yes, many.
And some of the people who are reporting to you are more qualified than you are. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, in 1986, you joined the SAPS. Is that correct?
Correct.
At that time, it was called South African Police. Is that correct?
Not necessarily correct. I joined when.
Please explain what was it called at the time? We now know it's called South African Police Services. At the time, it was called SAP. Is that correct?
No, it's not correct.
What was it called?
I joined KwaZulu-Natal Police and not the South African Police.
Joined KwaZulu-Natal Police. Self-governing state at the time.
Yes.
Okay. KwaZulu-Natal Police.
Yes.
Now, let's fast forward it to, before we go there, would you agree that a person in the position of the National Commissioner has to have at least a tertiary degree?
No, I will not agree because.
Why would you not agree?
it depends on your assessment, but at the same time, it also depends on the practical experience.
Practical experience, but first of all, we start from the books. You have to have a qualification. Is that correct?
Yeah, no, look, okay, let me answer the question directly. I will not say is correct.
Explain.
Firstly, the post of National Commissioner, it was put forward with a particular criteria. And the qualification you referred to was not necessarily part of the criteria.
That granted, but I'm putting it to you that would you agree with me that a national police commissioner should be a person who has requisite qualifications?
I still disagree, sir, because yes.
Now, am I correct that as the accounting officer of the SAPS, you are in charge of 96.355 billion? Am I correct?
Correct.
Now, would you agree with me that a person who's charged with the responsibility to manage those billions of rands has to have requisite qualifications?
Yeah, I would agree.
Now, let's take you down to, on your appointment, you remember on the 22nd November 2017.
Yes, I remember when I was appointed. Yes.
Remember what one of the political parties said towards your appointment?
I do not remember.
Let me remind you. The Democratic Alliance shadow minister at the time, Zakhele Mbele, responding to your appointment, he said the following: "We do not believe that General Sithole is the best candidate to turn SAPS around into professional and effective police service to tackle and reduce crime." That's what he said on 22nd November 2017. With the benefit of the hindsight, and now that you have considered that prior to the riots, there was no intelligence report, would you agree with me that that was a gross dereliction of duty?
No.
It's not a gross dereliction of duty. Mr. Stoll?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
No, I can hear you, sir.
Do you agree with me that what has happened, the impact the riots have had on the economy, and the fact that there was no intelligence report, crime intelligence report from people reporting to you, that is a gross dereliction of duty?
Yeah, it's not necessarily a gross dereliction of duty.
What is it?
Okay. It is
to you, it's a gross dereliction of duty. You are saying it is not. What is it?
all right. I think if it is explained, I have explained, it was a shortcoming of intelligence.
Charge of the crime intelligence. Who's the accounting officer of the SAPS?
It's me.
Under your watch, there has been the country has been embarrassed. Do you agree with that?
I agree that
Correct. The premier of this province, KZN, Mr. Sihleza Zigalala, was here on Friday. He said, we were embarrassed. Do you share those sentiments?
I do share the sentiments of the premier.
Well, you share those sentiments, correct, yes. And you told my sister here that you were in, what room was that? You were in the command room whilst the crisis was unfolding in the province of KZN and Gauteng. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that the National Commissioner of Police ought to have been in the ground next to the minister when this crisis was unfolding?
No, I won't agree with you.
So your point is, why don't you agree with me?
There's no prescript that says that, number one. Number two, in terms of my functional mandate, I need to respond to the situation as it would be demanded for me to. So during that particular time, the situation created in which the country was under siege did not warrant me to be where the minister was, but to provide a response where I was, because I needed to provide a multi-response.
Mr. Stoll, let's start it here. Do you know how many people were killed in Phoenix?
Yes, I received a report.
Do you know how many people were killed in Phoenix?
Yes, I did receive a report.
No, I'm not saying whether did you receive a report. Do you know how many people were killed in Phoenix?
Okay, I know.
Yeah, say it. Tell the commissioners how many killed.
At the moment, I wouldn't give you a full report.
Do you know? You've just said you know. No, wait. You've just said you know. I'm saying to you, can I finish? Can I finish? You said you know when I asked you a question. Please state the number. How many people were killed?
36.
6. And you are looking at it from the screen. Someone is assisting you whilst you are giving evidence there.
Do you accept it?
Yes. You've just looked up, you've just looked at the screen. Someone is assisting you to tender this evidence.
Yeah, but look, sir.
What did you say?
No, I said to you, yes, I.
This evidence, is it correct?
No, sir.
So I asked you, first of all, how many people, do you know how many people were killed in Phoenix? You tried to give me a long explanation, and ultimately you looked up and say 36, as you are looking up just now.
But can I get back to my initial response, if you allow?
Do you know? I'm saying how many people were killed?
No, sir. No. I said to you, yes, I received a report. You reject.
I asked you about the report that you've received. I asked you how many people were killed? Do you know how many people were killed?
Yes, I know from the report.
How many? Sorry?
36.
How many of those were black people?
No, I cannot tell you off the cuff now.
How many of those 36 people were Indian people?
No, that is contained in the report, sir.
Asking you, how many people of the 36 were Indian people?
Tell you on the spot, but contained in the report.
You do not know.
I don't want to say I do not know.
Know the number.
I do have a report. Yeah, I did not memorize the number.
You did not memorize the number.
Yes, I deal with many reports, and if there's any information I need, I refer to the reports that I have.
Now, when the Minister of Police, your boss, says you have never been to Phoenix, is that correct?
Yes, at the time he was at Phoenix, I've not been there.
Since riots, July 2021, have you been to Phoenix?
Not, I've been to KwaZulu-Natal, but not
Been to Phoenix?
not to Phoenix.
Haven't been to Phoenix?
Yes, I've been to a place next to Phoenix.
Have you been to Phoenix?
Okay, not at Phoenix.
Have you been to Mawoti?
No, not at Mawoti.
Have you been to Bambai?
Not at Bambai.
Have you been to Khan Road corner in Pietermaritzburg?
Not at Khan Road.
Do you know how many people were killed there?
I did receive a report.
You don't know. What say?
I don't have it with me now.
Have you okay? Have you spoken to the? Have you received any report from the commission, from the station commanders of Mountain Rise Police Station and Phoenix Police Station? Riots.
They don't report to me, they report to the provincial commissioner. The provincial commissioner did receive it. I received the report of the.
Did you receive it?
When did I receive?
The provincial commissioner received those reports from those station commanders.
The provincial commissioner can indicate when did he receive it.
The provincial commissioner reports to you.
The provincial commissioner reports to me, and he gives me a report about the situation.
Yes, now I'm asking, you are saying with certainty that the station commanders of Mountain Rise Police Station and Phoenix gave reports to the provincial commissioner. That's your evidence?
Yes.
When did that happen?
I cannot give you the date. No, what I can give you is that the standing operational instructions that immediately an incident occurs, the station commanders will compile a report and provide it to the provincial commissioner. Yes. So immediately after the occurrence of the incident, but I wouldn't know the date. The date would be known by the provincial commissioner.
All what you can tell the commission is that those station commanders submitted a report to the provincial commissioner, and yet you do not know when.
I do not have to know when. I think that it is the duty of the provincial commissioner to know when. If there's a report that has been given to me that station commanders did not report in time, and that matter warrants an inquiry, that's when I will inquire from the provincial commissioner, when did they report?
Now, you do not know when did those station commanders give the provincial commissioner the reports?
At the moment, I don't know the date.
Have you seen those reports?
The reports of the station commanders. No, the SAPS protocol.
Don't tell me about protocols. Have you seen those reports?
The reports of the station command.
Thank you. Let's go to paragraph 4 of Mr. Cele's statement or affidavit. Are you there?
I am there.
I'm going to read that paragraph 4. He says, under oath, the events that unfolded during July 2021 was certainly unprecedented for the new democracy. Never in the new South Africa have we experienced an attack so severe, devastating, and debilitating for the South African economy. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Do you understand that due to those riots, it is estimated that 50 billion was lost to the economy?
I do understand.
Do you understand that companies in both Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal have had to downsize due to these riots?
Yes, I do.
Do you understand that lots of people have lost their jobs?
Yes, I do.
Do you understand that investor confidence has taken a nosedive due to those July riots?
Yes, I do.
Do you understand that the image of South Africa has been dented internationally?
Yes, I do.
Do you understand that the tourism sector has suffered an irreparable harm due to the riots in July 2021?
Yes, I do.
Do you understand that some of the countrymen and women have even explored leaving the country and seek refuge elsewhere?
Yes, I had.
Do you know that the public has lost confidence in the police?
Yes, to a certain extent.
This is all due to the failure, a dismal failure by the National Commissioner to provide the minister with intelligence report.
That I wouldn't agree.
Please explain. You are sitting in that command room not knowing what is happening. Why won't you agree with that? Conceded that there was no intelligence report given to the minister prior to the riots. What are you disputing now?
Yes. Firstly, I did not receive an intelligence report.
Competence, is that correct?
I wouldn't say it's correct.
Would you agree that for the National Commissioner to sit in that, what's that room? Command room, yes. Do you understand that you should be sitting there knowing exactly that you have given or furnished the minister with intelligence report, and the minister has duly forwarded same to the President of the Republic?
I have explained the intelligence report prior to that. That the intelligence report that was received, there wasn't a requirement for me to provide it to the minister.
Why not? Who do you report to?
I do report to the minister, and in certain instances to the Commander-in-Chief.
Commander-in-Chief was not furnished with any intelligence report. The President of the Republic of South Africa was not furnished with any intelligence report.
We have all explained.
Is it yes or no?
Oh, it's a yes. They were not provided with an intelligence report prior to the outbreak of the unrest.
Would you agree with me that that is gross dereliction of duty?
No.
So it should be normal that the head of state is not furnished with an intelligence report to warn him that there's going to be a crisis, devastating, debilitating attacks.
It will not be normal.
Be normal.
What will be normal is that if there's any unrest or instability predicted, and there's known intelligence, it must be brought to the attention of both the minister and the Commander-in-Chief.
Mr. Sithole, none of that happened. The Minister of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Begicele, and the President of the Republic, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, were not furnished with the intelligence report that ought to have emanated from someone reporting to you.
I agree with you.
That is the gross dereliction of duty.
I will not disagree with your interpretation, but
Are you agreeing that it's a gross dereliction of duty?
No, I don't agree.
You've just said you would not disagree with my proposition. You are now trying to dribble me. Please don't be Lionel Messi on me or on the commission. You are saying neither the president nor the minister were furnished with intelligence report. Is that correct?
It is correct.
I'm saying to you, that would be a gross dereliction of duty.
And I say no.
Tell the commission why no.
I have
Contradicting answers.
Firstly, there's a reason why the report was not generated. Firstly, is capacity and resourcing. And secondly, the intelligence and this thing does not only lie with SAPS, it's all intelligence in the country. They could not pick up or rise to the level of the modus operandi.
Told my sister, my colleague here, Ms. Mutabi, that you realized all these incapacities when you resumed office on 22nd November 2017. It's July 2021. You have done absolutely zilch about it. Isn't that a gross dereliction of duty?
No.
What is it?
Firstly, it is not me who provide resources.
Let's talk about who does the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Intelligence report to?
Reporting to me.
Who does the Deputy National Commissioner Policing report to?
Reports to me.
Do you agree that it is your responsibility as the accounting officer to demand intelligence report from those reporting to you?
Yes, I would agree.
Do you have failed to do that?
No, I did not fail.
Where is the intelligence report to warn the president and the minister prior July unrest? Do you have it?
I don't have it.
then that is a gross dereliction of duty on your part.
Yeah, but can you allow me?
What are you saying here? Please explain. I don't want long answers, Mr. Stoll.
I also don't intend giving long answers. But I want to respond.
Respond.
Yeah, the deputies that you have just listed, they need resourcing and support in order to generate the products that you refer to and which are not there.
Stop you there, Mr. Stoll. Have you ever engaged Treasury regarding these issues of resources?
Yes.
How many times?
I would say numerous times.
How many times?
I can't say exact is numerous times, and I would say we have engaged almost more than 10 times, and even this year, just alone more than 3 times we have engaged.
Escalate this to the minister.
Yes, the minister knows.
You escalate this to the head of state.
The head of state knows about the situation of policy.
Do you escalate this to the head of state?
There's protocols that are being followed in the escalation processes. So those protocols are being followed. This matter has been escalated to the minister, to the cluster, and it has been escalated to the various levels. But the head of state also knows about the police situation.
The head of state knows about the police situation, but the head of state was never informed that there were going to be riots in July 2021.
Yes, he was not informed.
Then you said from time to time you do brief the head of state.
On matters that requires me to brief him.
Yes, the matter of the SAPS being unresourced is a critical matter that ought to have been brought to the attention of the head of state. Correct?
It is correct.
And you failed to do so.
I haven't failed.
Have you raised it? Have you raised it with the president?
There's protocols that are being followed.
Okay, Mr. Stolle, please explain this. Please explain this to the commissioners. Here you are with the head of state. You are briefing the head of state, and there is that critical issue that relates to the resources of the SAPS. Don't you think it will be prudent that you bring that to the attention of the president when you have that opportunity, minus the protocols?
Okay, Chair, let me explain it this way. I did indicate to the head of state about the subs, that is resource problems or challenges. But I also then further indicated that the correct processes are currently being followed because the protocols with regard to the resourcing or addressing the resourcing, they do exist. It's like I need to follow that via Treasury, via the cluster. Before then, it can officially get to the head of state. In terms of alerting the head of state, yes, I did, but the process is
That.
I'm sorry?
When did you alert the head of state about the lack of resources at SAPS?
In my first interaction after my appointment.
Which was when?
I think I was appointed in 2017, and the head of state, my first meeting with the head of state was in March 2018.
We're talking about former president, is that correct?
No, I'm talking
About who?
I firstly brought it to the former president immediately after taking office. Yeah, the resourcing state of subs. But and then when the current head of state took over and I had an opportunity to brief him, I just alerted him and said, but this process is in place. And
Happen.
I think it's somewhere between May and June. I don't remember exactly my first meeting, but it was in my first meeting. It was in 2018.
Now, it's fine, let's move on. Let's go to the compliment that, or the support that was given to you by the SANDF. Former Minister of Defense and Military Veterans, Nosiviwe Mapisa Ngakula, came to testify here, and she said that due to lack or poor coordination on the part of SAPS, her words were that we were running like headless chickens. She too confirmed that there was no intelligence report that was ever discussed in a meeting of the cluster where she was present, and that intelligence report ought to have emanated from the SAPS. What's your comment about that?
My comment would be that at the level of the cluster, we do not have SAPS intelligence report. We do have the ICC and NICOC, and all of them generate one report. And the
no report, intelligence report of any form in respect of the riots. Is that correct?
yes.
There was no plan as to where they should go. They ended up being in malls and also in a refinery because SAPS had failed to give them a plan, a deployment plan. What's your comment on that?
I think at the time, the SA...
I think, just say the fact. This is what happened as a national commissioner, as the accounting officer. When you keep on saying, I think, you are even doubting the answers that you are giving to the commission.
Okay. There was a plan by the provincial commissioner, and during
the provincial commissioner during those unrest.
there was a time when he was in office. There was a time when he had to leave. I had to grant him permission. He had a home situation. But at the time when he was away, the deputy provincial commissioner was in charge.
You gave Mr. Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, provincial commissioner, leave during the mid of the crisis.
It wasn't necessarily a leave. There was a situation at home which he needed to attend to. I gave him permission to go and attend the situation and come back again and continue to work.
So that situation, according to you or according to what you have told, it would have lasted how many days?
Which situation, sir?
The family situation that you say he had at home.
Well, I wouldn't have said how long the situation would have lasted, but his wife was in hospital.
Wife was in hospital. Yes, they were expecting a baby, a bundle of joy. And you gave him leave whilst the country was burning.
Yes, he had to support his wife, but there was senior officers, the deputy provincial commissioners were there, and I said, as soon as he has dealt with that situation, he must come back, and he did come back.
Am I correct that the very same conduct contradicts the provisions of the SAPS? I'll explain to you why. There's a provision in the SAPS where it says, in an instance of crisis, when deployment is required, the National Commissioner should not allow people to go on leave, should also, if there are people who are resigning, recall people who are on leave, and people who are resigning declined their resignation so that the country could be protected. Do you know about that provision in the SAPS Act?
Yes, I do know, and that provision
Failed to act consistent with that provision.
I did not fail, sir.
Give him leave.
No, sir.
Give him leave. Who gave him leave?
Let's get back to the provision because
Who gave him leave? Who gave him leave?
I gave him leave, but I did not fail.
You gave him leave and you did not fail.
Yes.
Interesting. Now, let's go to
Let's hear from the commissioner why he's saying he gave him leave, but he did not fail, maybe.
as it pleases you, Chairperson.
Commissioner, you wanted to explain why did you not act in contravention of that provision in the Act referred to?
Chair, I think firstly, that provision of the Act give a discretion to the National Commissioner to analyze any situation and exercise his prerogative by making a decision. And if there's a need for exceptions, such exceptions can be considered by the National Commissioner. And in this case, after the situation, the personal situation was explained to me by General Mukazi, I exercised that prerogative, I analyzed the situation, and I made the decision. And it was a situational decision.
Situational decision. He was meant to go be with his wife in the hospital to receive the bundle of joy, but after that come back to be on the ground.
Yes, he came back.
When did he come back? After how many days?
It was after 2 days.
2 days.
Yes.
That's not the evidence before this commission. Minister Pisa Ngakula said there were instances. She came here to spend 8 to 9 days. And during those days, they were meeting at CR Swart in your building here in Durban. Routinely, they were treated with disrespect by the Provincial Commissioner Mukazi. Once he's gone, the moment he went on leave, there was someone who acted on his stead, and things moved smoothly. The Premier of the province confirmed same. Do you contradict that?
What do I contradict? The fact that when someone was acting, things were going smoothly, but after the return of General Mukazi, they were disrespected.
No. Before General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi went on leave, he was not of assistance to the ministers who were deployed here to attend to the situation. The moment he took leave, you granted him leave, as you said, and there was someone who acted in his stead. Things were smooth. They got cooperation and everything. Do you know about that?
No, I don't know about that. I did not receive any report to that effect.
Now, please tell the Commission, now that there has been a failure for you to be provided with the intelligence report by those responsible within SAPS, what has happened to the senior official in crime intelligence?
Yeah, at the present moment, there is no divisional commissioner at crime intelligence.
When?
I think at the moment,
I think, Mr. Mkhwanazi, you ought to know when did they leave the service. You can't say, I think. You are the accounting officer of the SAPS, responsible for more than 90 billion of budget. You can't keep on saying, I think.
When I took office, the divisional commissioner of crime intelligence was on suspension.
2017, November 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm saying, what has been happening?
The deputy,
Responsible, who was acting?
there was Lieutenant General Matagata who was acting.
July 2021.
General Matagata was acting.
Was General Matagata the person who was meant to give you the crime intelligence report?
Yes, as the divisional commissioner concerned, the acting divisional commissioner.
Do that.
She did give me the report that I have explained.
Then report prior the violence, not report to stabilize. Report prior the violence, the riots.
There was a report given prior the outbreak. It's the report that is a normal intelligence product which did not depict the unrest modus operandi.
You'll appreciate, Mr. Mkhwanazi, that we are not interested in that report. We are interested in a report, intelligence report, that you say did not exist, that depicted that alerted the country to the riots in July. Yes.
Yes, she was supposed to give that report.
Do that.
No, she came to give me an explanation about the capacity and the resourcing.
She's still on her job?
No, she's now at home.
Doing what?
She has resigned from the service.
When did she resign?
September.
When in September?
1st September.
Having not provided you with the report at all?
Not until she left.
Deputy National Commissioner Policing, who is he or she?
General Masemula.
Where is he?
On duty.
Right now?
Yes.
Now, let's talk about General Kehlastole. Why do you still think you are a fit and proper person to be Commissioner of Police of South Africa? The material or brazen lapses, security lapses that embarrass the country, the head of state could not even receive the intelligence report. why General Sithole is still fit and proper to be the National Commissioner of Police.
Okay. I think firstly, I can still do the job. Second,
Thus far, do you still want to do when you have proven beyond doubt that you have failed?
who has proven?
You have failed the country. You have considered that the estimated 50 billion was lost to the country. The country's image has been dented. Investor confidence has nosedived. Why do you think you still deserve to be in the position as we speak?
It's because me and you didn't go into the root cause analysis of exactly the factors you are highlighting.
That is because of brazen incompetence
And your conclusion, sir.
and gross dereliction of duty on your part.
It's your conclusion. I am saying, me, I can still do the job. And the factors you're outlining, we did not get into the root cause analysis of it.
Would you admit that the National Commissioner of South Africa has to be a fit and proper person to execute the task according to the Constitution and the SAPS Act?
Yes, I would agree.
Do you agree that General Kehla Sithole has dismally failed on those duties?
No.
Chairperson? Voorzitter? I'm done with Mr. Stolle. Thank you very much, Mr. Stolle.
No, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think the members of the panel, are there more questions, Lloyd? Advocate Lodge, sorry. May I just ask you, we have a bit of a time issue again, as we always have. So I was wondering, there are one of two options. Either we can request the KZN Police Commissioner once again, and I'm very sorry to have to do that then, you know, if we can reschedule his evidence, or otherwise, that is now if the police commissioner is available in the afternoon, let's say from, you know, we can decide when to stand down, or otherwise, we will have to ask the police commissioner for another time slot, maybe in this week. I don't know which one is your suggestion from the evidence team side. I don't know what the police commissioner's schedule looks like.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I was just wondering if we could have a third option. And that third option is that, because I think there's just probably 2 questions more to go from us. And then we'll hand over to the panel. I know that it's now 12:25, and I was going to request that perhaps we do check with the Provincial Commissioner of KZN if we could, because I think he was allocated or scheduled for 1 o'clock, and if we could maybe push it up by half an hour or so, so that we do not reschedule the National Commissioner, and we know that we are done, and if needs be, if the time allocated for the Provincial Commissioner is not adequate, that we still proceed with him, but then if we do not complete his testimony, then we can always reschedule him, so that we don't have both the National Commissioner and also the Provincial Commissioner having to come back again.
Yes, okay. So, shall we stand down for you to try and do that with regard to the Provincial Commissioner? Because I don't think he should then come before 2 o'clock.
Yes, we can stand on for 5 minutes at most,
Okay.
and we'll revert.
But 2 o'clock, please, not 1:30, then we're going to make it difficult for us again.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks, noted.
Thank you very much. So, Police Commissioner, you would be available, let's say, for another half an hour, 3/4 of an hour to complete your evidence? Would that be possible? Commissioner?
Thank you, Chair. Is it Is it today, Chair?
Yes, what I'm saying is, would you be available, let's say, until about 1:15 to continue with your evidence?
Yeah, I think, Chair, I can just request that I have a little break before we commence again.
Okay. Yeah, now let's do that. If we can maybe then, let's break until 1:45. Would that be okay, Police Commissioner?
It's okay, Chair.
Let's break until 1:45. That gives you the opportunity to discuss with the Provincial Police Commissioner as well. But then maybe we should move him to 2:15.
Noted, Chair.
Thank you very much. We stand down for until 1:45. Thank you. We will resume now. Commissioner Sitole, you are there. Can you just put on your video again, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. I am back, and thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Evidence team, any further questions?
Yes, no, thank you very much, Chair. We are ready to proceed. I guess there's just a few questions before we hand over back to you. Lieutenant General Sitole, I've just got a follow-up question for you in relation to the issue of the budget. I recall you indicating that part of the challenge, specifically with regards to crime intelligence, has been the inadequate availability of resources. Did I understand you correct in that regard? Correctly in that regard?
Yes, sir, you're correct.
Could you just maybe shed some light in as far as the annual performance plan of the previous financial year? How much was allocated specifically for crime intelligence?
I think the budget for crime intelligence is split to two. And then there's an open budget and there's a secret service account. And the two are managed then differently from two different platforms.
Covered, sorry to chip in, but would that be covered in sub-program 4?
Yes,
as far
it
as
will be covered.
concerned?
Yes, it will be covered in program 4.
Budget that is indicated in that program would be the holistic budget for crime intelligence.
Yes, sir.
What has been the apologies?
Sorry, can you just put on your camera again, please, Commissioner?
My camera, sir, it seems to be on, but let me just check. Is it visible now, Chair?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Yes, you were indicating that the entire budget that appears on program 4 it would be the inclusive budget for crime intelligence.
Yes, and that budget is the open account budget for CI, and it then is outlined in program 4, sir. You are correct.
Thank you for that. Now, in terms of the previous financial year, what was the budget?
If you can just give me 3 minutes just to go through the program review, I can be able to give it to you. That is a little bit later.
I think the one that I have, because I mean this is a public document, the one that I have is somewhere around 4.2 billion. That appears to have been the total budget. But as you say, you will double check that figure.
Yes, I'll double check the figure, and for now you can take that figure, but I'll just verify it and double check it.
And then perhaps just a follow up on that, for the previous financial year in particular, what was your expenditure and achievement in as far as your targets that were set out in the annual performance plan?
I can also as well outline the as per the annual report, in terms of the priorities which were achieved, and as well as the expenditure related thereto. But our spending of the previous budget, I think we went up to almost 100%, and there was a requirement for overspending which we could not undertake.
Just repeat that. You say there was an expenditure of about 100% in your estimation.
Yeah, there was a requirement for us to go beyond 100% because of the required overspending, but that would exclude a budget that was set aside for COVID-19.
Perhaps the question put differently, would you say that in as far as the budget that was allocated, in terms of your expenditure, would you, as accounting officer, are you satisfied that the allocated resources for crime intelligence were adequately spent? Perhaps even, as you said, there was probably also a request for you to go beyond the actual budget that you were allocated.
Yeah, I think so. If I will be straightforward, it was completely inadequate because there's a need for a total revamp of the technology. I think most of our technology, especially in the grabber system environment, we were at last year we're still at 2G, and the world is operating at 5G. So I think the total revamp of the technology and most of the demand for intelligence reports will require us to operate online because there's more online modus operandi. So there's a far more dire need to increase the technological capacity of CI. And that's why in terms of the current budget, we need to add completely more.
No, that's noted. And perhaps the reason why I was asking that the questions that I asked was because you had indicated that the budget is inadequate, and you've qualified it even more. But of course, the interest was to check as to whether even the allocated amount, whether there is adequate expenditure against that budget, because I think it is of interest. If you say that you need more money, but if you're not spending adequately on the current allocation, perhaps that's where I was going at, and I think I'm much clearer now. Thank you very much for your answer. The last point that I wanted to raise with you, Lieutenant General, could you just shed light with us and the nation as to whether there are any currently, or whether you have any current investigations or ongoing investigations with regards to those that are said to have orchestrated the unrest?
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Firstly, yes, there's investigations which were initiated together with the commencement or the takeoff of the operational plan. And there were several groups or categories of the looting that is suspects or so-called instigators. There was the instigation group where we had a specific dedicated team which worked together between SAPS, crime detection, and as well as the PCI. So it's one integrated team. Then there are those sporadic unrests where we then deployed the team full-time as part and parcel of the operation, where they will pick up people who commit the crime on the spot. So there was a number from the so-called instigators which were arrested, but then there's a majority which is beyond 3,000, and then combining KZN as well as Gauteng of the people who were arrested. But this also included the recovery of the looted or stolen goods, which was retrieved from those who were found in possession. Thank you.
Right, and then, I mean, you're mentioning a figure of over 3,000. Did I hear you correctly, Lieutenant General?
Yes. Yes.
All inclusive in as far as across the categories, as you've indicated.
Yes. It is inclusive. As part and parcel of our report, we have the case management part of the report, which reflects on the various categories of investigations.
Right now,
Yeah.
sorry, please go ahead.
The over 3,000 that I am referring to is a total from all the categories, because the total of arrested suspects throughout the process was 5,300. Yes, 5,300. Yes.
Okay. And then now you are sitting with, as per the workflows or case management, you're sitting with over 3,000, is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Now, the NPA gave testimony here that there's about 3 matters that have actually been presented before the courts. Are you aware of that?
Sorry, that is just to give context, that is in connection with organized crime.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, in connection with organized crime, because that's where we're at. In fact, the first question I asked was around those that organized, orchestrated, and the like. So are you aware of those 3 matters that have gone before the courts in as far as organized crime is concerned, relating to the unrest?
Yes, as you've been asking about the categories, I think one of the categories we treat it in terms of the COVID, which is the unconventional policing approach. We call it OPTA. And such COVID process of investigation, we deal with it in terms of dedicated prosecution. And therefore, our team, together with prosecution, when such matters go to court, we then bring each other on board. I am aware, sir.
And maybe lastly, so that we're also clear, because I think we've mentioned the figure of over 5,000 arrests, but 3,000 cases being looked into. And then there's different categories. You've just mentioned one now where there's a particular dedicated team that is looking at processing some of those investigations. How many matters is that dedicated team specifically investigating that are related to the orchestration or any organized nature related to the unrest?
At the present moment, there were 12 matters that we dedicated, between 12 and 13 that were singled out, but it's out of total matters of 1,700.
Repeat, 12 or 13 matters? Is it 12 or 13?
It was 12. There were 13, then they went down to 12, and then then the total of matters is 1,700.
Okay. Now, the 1,000, so the 12 matters were actually taken from the 1,700 that were investigated. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct, sir.
So the remainder, the 1,680, 88 matters, what's their status?
Their status, I think, differs. I have 125 which were disposed as guilty, and then there's few others which were withdrawn, like 139. Then there's different numbers and different ways of disposal. So, but the investigation process is continuing and is working between us and the courts. And as a matter gets disposed, and then we're taking it off from the bundle. Thank you, sir.
And will the National Commissioner be willing to share those statistics with the Commission?
As the Commission pleases, the report is available. I can make it available.
Very much, Chair. That's it from my side. I believe that my brother does have just one question.
Well,
Thanks.
not one.
One or a few.
Yes, please, just be mindful of time, but please go ahead.
I just wanted to confirm the earlier question by the panel member of the budget, that it's 4.2 billion and 2020, 2021, and 2021, 2022 is 4.296. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Has the Minister of Police ever interfered in police operational matters since you assumed the role of the National Commissioner?
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say interfered, but I would say, yes, there has been incidents where roles were coming to each other, and which are matters that are getting cleared as and when they come. And one of the reasons why in the beginning I was saying our relationship is governed by prescripts. Where I need to take decisions pertaining to operational matters, I do take them. But if the minister feels is not comfortable with that, he will then indicate, but we'll discuss the prescripts. Thank you, sir.
Would you say your role as the National Police Commissioner has been undermined by the Minister of Police?
Look, if it is undermined, I would take it as something that would happen deliberate. But I can say there's areas of maybe conflict of understanding. Like, for instance, you must have seen in the media when action had to be taken against the crime intelligence boss. The minister deferred and said I must not, but the prescript forced me to continue. So I took it that it was a question of understanding and interpretation, but I did not necessarily associate it to deliberate undermining. Thank you.
Thank you. In July, the minister made a number of public pronouncements relating to the unrest. One of the key statements from the minister included the following, that the police have a list of 12 instigators of the unrest. This is a list of 12 South Africans who have been inciting violence. Where did the minister get this information from? And how far are you with apprehending the 12 instigators?
No, thank you very much for that. I think, firstly, the information relating to the 12 instigators was generated from various angles, which I wouldn't know exactly the other angles from which the minister would have got it. But we,
Source of this information.
of the 12 instigators, not the main source, because I also confronted the investigation teams, both crime detection and DPCI, and said, explain to me what's the origin of this. But we had to report as per how it was then treated, because we also avoided to mislead the public domain and everyone else. But I gave a directive to the investigation team to say, let's get the dockets together, let's have the team, and such people who were so implicated, I think we managed to arrest. I think because we're trying to make sure that we follow the individuals, I think they were arrested. The latest report that I got, it was when we had arrested 9 already, and but we were continuing with the exercise. So
You've arrested 9 instigators, so-called instigators.
yeah, so-called instigators, but the term needed to be clearly defined.
No, thank you. Over the years, the Crime Intelligence Division of the SAPS has been limping from one crisis to another. We've heard of a myriad of allegations, which includes acts of malfeasance and corruption and maladministration. To what extent has this affected the ability of the Crime Intelligence Division of the SAPS to effectively detect and prevent and combat crime?
Yeah, thank you very much. So I think to a great extent, and I'm also that because you indicated from history for a period of 8 years without a divisional commissioner. After having a divisional commissioner, we get to a point where the IG brings in a report which compels us also to take action, and several investigations which have been taking place there. I think that has got a big bearing on the ability of the division to focus, and as a result of that, that's when I ordered a corporate renewal strategy for the component. Even now, as we speak, the Deputy National Commissioner is overseeing the division, and therefore the resourcing, the opportunity for resourcing and coordination, I think we lost it. We lost the grip a bit, and we also then trying to refocus the division to crime intelligence, to detecting crime. Thank you, sir.
You earlier lamented the fact that you are still using old technology. In 2017, there was a procurement-related incident which implicates you directly as the National Commissioner, the so-called grabber case. In as far as technology is concerned, to what extent does this case also impact on the digital transformation of SAPS Crime Intelligence Division? under your watch?
Okay, thank you very much. I think it was called a spy grabber. Firstly, it was never procured. And number two, the whole exercise was intended to provide a response to a national security threat, which was reported, which was brought to my attention at that particular time. And the exercise was driven by the operatives. So, yes, the purpose of acquiring an instrument that was going to assist us was actually to overcome the technological inability of CI. But obviously, the manner and approach was such that as National Commissioner, I needed to take a decision and stop that particular exercise from continuing. At the moment, as I'm speaking, the process of acquiring new technology in CI is in place, but in terms of the prescripts. Thank you, sir.
Will you be able to provide us with a specific death toll for Gauteng and KZN, deaths related to the unrest, the overall figure?
The report can be made available as the commission pleases, sir.
Please assist with that. And again, will you be able to provide the commission with the details of when, where, and under what circumstances these individuals were killed or lost their lives?
Yes, sir. I think I will be able because there are various circumstances and various conditions. Some of the bodies were found long after that, and the post-mortem exercises, some of them are still on, but those that are concluded will give you the exact cost, but we'll give you the numbers and then give you the circumstances. Those unfinished cases will indicate to the commission that the progress of verification is still in continuing.
We'd like to know the predominant causes of death, and we also want to establish if people died of natural causes during the unrest. Lastly, if the president, the minister, the cabinet is not receiving regular reports on crime intelligence, who is to blame?
Yeah, I think firstly, let me not take myself out of that particular category, but firstly, in the country, there has not been a National Security Council until the president established one. And in terms of the National Security Council, we, the security forces and intelligence families, we've got an obligation to do what we call the Commander-in-Chief's intelligence briefing. Same applies to the ministerial briefing as well as the cabinet briefing. So if that does not happen, all of us has to be blamed. But such processes has now been put in place where all the security forces will have come together. And as I'm speaking, we're also busy with the security reform approach. Thank you.
So when you say all of us, are you saying the military intelligence, state security, yourself as the National Police Commissioner?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, a few questions from the panel. I think South Africans want to know who were the masterminds behind the unrest. You yourself testified during your previous evidence, and these are your words, that the unrest was planned with an unpredicted modus operandi. So let me first start by asking you, why do you say the unrest was planned?
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. When I say the unrest was planned, firstly, we haven't had the execution of a modus operandi which is coordinated at online level. So part and parcel of the planning, the utilization or application of social media platforms was optimized by the so-called planners. But then for you to rise up to that level, you cannot just start now. Then it shows that you start, say, over a period, you do have the plan. Secondly, I think the so-called planners or executors, they knew of their SAP's resource capability. And they also knew of the areas where the police, the infrastructure is not easily accessible. And they stretched the execution to that level, to those areas. And it then showed that they had the opportunity to conduct an analysis and a bit of research into SAP's resource or strategic deployment of resources. And during execution, they executed from the one hotspot. And then when we focus on the hotspot, they shift. So there was a modus operandi analysis shift. For me, to get little knowledge, other than assigning crime intelligence, I also assigned the modus operandi analysis center, which we have put in place just to analyze how the modus operandi. So the understanding that we got from all these and witnessing the execution is the one that makes me draw the conclusion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So it seems that you suggest that the planners actually had intelligence it seems you're suggesting from within SAPS, etc. Is that what you're suggesting?
Infiltration is one of the attempts by criminals. They will always try to do that. And again, in the past, there has been one or two incidents, which also include even certain crime incidents where we arrested our own.
So do you know who the masterminds are, Commissioner?
From the few arrested, maybe let me put it this way to you, Chair, that immediately after the arrest of prominent suspects or modus operandi designers, we profile those people. So from the few profiling done and docket analysis, there's information leading us to that particular conclusion. But the moment you pick up a value chain, you also need to go through the value chain and link the whole syndicate movement. So up to this far, we've got leads that we're following, but there's other beyond areas that we're looking at, like terrorism and other related matters. The intelligence is still carrying on. At the end of the report regarding the so-called mastermind report, we will be able to give you all the masterminds, but the unconventional approach is in progress.
So you're talking about the mastermind report. When will that be available?
As soon as they wrap up the OCTA investigation, which is the unconventional approach, it is done correctly, but we then report it. We don't do normal reporting on it, but the moment we concluded it, we usually do what we call takedown operations, where we now arrest everyone who's connected into the value chain. But we'll then be able to wrap up a report, and such report, the first person who would receive it, because it's a matter that affects the well-being of the country, would be the Commander-in-Chief in terms of the National Security Council, and then the relevant ministers. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, according to indications of police investigations at the moment, when will this report be available?
I cannot give you a specific date, but if the commission is interested, we can provide a progress report stating where we are, but it will also, while at the same time we'll need to protect certain of that information, because if it's a syndicated approach, you arrest one and you give progress, then they intercept. But a tangible progress on this matter can be shared with the commission as the time that is allowed.
Would you be willing to maybe, let's say, provide us with a progress report every month going forward? We will obviously treat the information as confidential.
Can I agree and confirm, with the permission of the chair, that when we report on unconventional investigations, sometimes we may not provide a written report, but we may ask for audience with the chairperson of the commission and say, this is what we can share. But at the same time, after reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, the Commander-in-Chief will dictate who else can, with who else the report can be shared. But what I can commit is that the critical information required by the commission in terms of this arrest shall never be kept away, but the manner of reporting, we will request an understanding of the committee. With your permission, Chair, thank you.
Okay, we will certainly then follow up on that. So you are willing to share that information, if not in writing, then orally, with the chair of the commission on a monthly basis?
Yes, Chair.
These 9 so-called instigators that's been arrested, are some of them part of the masterminds or not?
Yeah, Chair, we haven't drawn final conclusion because they are still in the process of the criminal justice system. But when we analyze their modus operandi, there are certain conclusions that we are drawing. But the investigation with regard to masterminds is still continuing. And it's a very extensive and unconventional investigation.
Okay, thank you. What I'm a bit confused about is, the NPA has indicated to us that there are 3 cases in court already. That's now cases where people have been granted bail or not granted bail or whatever the case may be, the organized crime part of it. But you are talking about 9 instigator arrests that would all fall under organized crime. So there appears to be a bit of a discrepancy. You want to comment on that?
Chair. Firstly, when we effect arrests on certain cases, on certain matters, it depends on the evidence that we share, especially together with NPA. And that's where we can determine or confirm, because the number that we're speaking about is the number that relates to the question that I responded earlier on, to say there were various sources that were talking to the 12 investigators. And this number 9 is coming from that number. So as and when we proceed with the investigation, we then analyze the investigation process, including the people arrested under that particular investigation. And the analysis then tell us, no, this one is a covert operation suspect, is an unconventional suspect. And as a result of that, we then shift it and categorize it under organized crime. So up to this far of the 9 is those 3 that are confirmed to be under organized crime. The investigation is still unfolding on the 9, the processes. If more information is found, the numbers of the organized crime suspects can increase, but that is subject to shared and verified information between both of us and NPA. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so in other words, 3 are being regarded as prima facie instigators, and the other 6, the NPA still need to also apply their mind to that, what you're saying.
Yeah, although the language I would use from my side would be 3 are confirmed organized crime suspects. And but it doesn't differ much from what they say.
Thank you. So let's just turn to the intelligence aspect. So according to our understanding, we have 3 intelligence services in the country. It is crime intelligence, SSA, and military intelligence, correct?
You are correct, Chair.
And then we also understand that military intelligence is not involved in internally in South Africa in the gathering of intelligence. It's more concerned with the relationship between our state and other states, correct?
Yes, Chair. Their focus is on external intelligence to support their mandate to look at external security of the country.
So apart from crime intelligence, that leaves us with the SSA. And the question is, would you get information from the SSA's side? I'm talking now to the situation prior to the unrest. Would you receive information from that side or not?
Not that I did not necessarily receive information relating to the unrest from SSA side, but what I can confirm is that there's good working cooperation between us and SSA, but also, sir, as we have correctly explained now, while defense intelligence is responsible for externally based intelligence, but we do have one avenue, the one that we refer to as NICOC, where all the intelligence families in the country are sitting together. So should it happen that in the process of gathering intelligence relating to the external security of the country, defense pick up internal related intelligence, then they share it at that particular avenue that we refer to as NICOC. Thank you.
You were, when asked earlier, you said that explicit evidence pertaining to the, or intelligence rather, pertaining to the modus operandi was not picked up by all intelligence. So, well, we know it wasn't picked up by crime intelligence. Did any of the other intelligence agencies pick up intelligence prior to the unrest, indicating that the unrest is looming?
There was no report that was shared from any of the external intelligence that talks to the nature of modus operandi that was going to be applied in the triggering that is unrest. Not the one that was forwarded to me. All the intelligence reports which were gathered in the normal avenues of integrated intelligence, they were referring to an ordinary early warning, which is the normal intelligence products. Thank you, sir.
So in other words, through NICO, you never got intelligence from any source other than crime intelligence. There was simply no intelligence except for the one you talked about that was sort of not conclusive pertaining to the modus operandi issue.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Then I just wanted to, you see, we spoke about the budget and the under-resourcing of crime intelligence, etc. You would agree with me that when Treasury allocates a specific amount of funds to SAPS, then it is your task, inter alia, to, and primarily to a very large extent, to decide on the prioritization of that budget. In other words, what amount goes to crime intelligence, what amount goes to other operations. Is that correct?
Fully agree, sir. I fully agree, sir.
Crime intelligence got sufficient resources that there weren't resource issues there. And even if, let's say, officers on the boot and so on in that area, less was allocated. So if, in terms of the prioritization, crime intelligence was adequately prioritized, then there would have been intelligence on the looming unrest, and it could have been prevented, correct?
Chair, maybe allow me to respond it in this way, to say, yes, if SAPS had enough budget and which allowed the prioritization, I think crime intelligence would have been given that particular high priority. But SAPS has got 5 programs. All of them were under-resourced. And the one, Chair, that is very sensitive and critical is when you don't have policing on the ground. When the public is exposed to crime, police stations do not have the ability to attend. Now the budget and resource crisis starts there and it ends at crime intelligence. So I had to equally prioritize throughout the 5 program, Chair. Thank you.
No, but what I'm asking you is not that. Let's take for granted that SAPS does not have enough budget. But if in that prioritization of the budget you do have, you would have made sure that one of the 5 programs, being crime intelligence, had sufficient resources for, at least for crime intelligence to operate optimally, then we would have had you would have had the necessary intelligence prior to the unrest. That's the only thing I'm asking.
Yes, if sufficiently prioritized, sufficiently resourced, I think their ability to pick up the intelligence, I think would have been far much better than it has been.
I agree from that perspective that it can be seen as a mistake on your part that you didn't make sure that at the very least crime intelligence is properly budgeted for.
Yeah, Chair. Firstly, what I can indicate is that the annual operational budget for crime intelligence at the time was not yet allocated. As a result, that was one of the shortfalls.
Thank you very much for that. Just give me a minute. Just wanted to clarify a few remaining issues quickly. You mentioned that as one of the areas where you and the Minister of Police did not agree was the area pertaining to action taken against the crime intelligence boss that the Minister did not agree with. Is that now the acting head that we were mentioning before today that then resigned? Is that the same person?
No, it's not the same person. I think, that person has been moved from crime intelligence, is in another environment, and is in the service.
Thank you. Yes, then on the matter, as we know, social media, that you pointed out here as the main modus operandi that differed from others prior to what happened here. Have you been able, through crime intelligence or through the SSA, to actually track the social media messages, whether on Twitter, Facebook, or WhatsApp, or whatever the case may be, back to the people who actually sent them through your abilities? Have you been able to do that?
Yes, Chair. I think some of those media-related information or clips were traced to some of the so-called suspects, and some of them were actually arrested.
You weren't able to trace back those messages to the original senders. Why were you not able to do that? Is it a lack of equipment or non-cooperation maybe by Facebook, Twitter, or what's the other one? WhatsApp? Or what is the reason for that? I'm just trying to establish that.
Yeah, actually, at the present moment, Chair, I would say where we are not able yet, it relates to the need to upgrade our technological capability. We have designed the online policing strategy, and we do have the cooperation like of Facebook, and we are forging further working relations and cooperations with all the social media platforms. So in that area, there isn't much difficulty, but we want to upgrade our technological capability so that we are able to pick up those suspects at that level. But we're also then working together with Interpol to upgrade on our technologies and capabilities which relate to transnational cooperation, and we're linking to AfriPol in the continent so that we strengthen that level of relationship with those agencies. Thank you.
Okay, so your lack of resources, lack of ability, etc., in crime intelligence, it's not hampering your efforts to trace these messages back to its origins.
To a certain extent, it will hamper because as and when you also introduce the new technologies, you must train, you must develop capacity, you must train individual, and they must master the technology concern. So the more we have skilled, that is workforce to relate to that technology, I think is the more our capacity will improve.
I mean, that might lead to delays. So isn't the best option to get Twitter and so on to do it for you? The Commission, for example, has done exactly that. Twitter has cooperated with the Commission to trace back a message to the author, if I can put it that way. And then we took the author to the Equality Court. So, you know, I'm just very concerned that you are testifying yourself that the capabilities of crime intelligence is not up to scratch, and we are dealing here with social media messages largely that need to be traced back to the authors.
Yeah, I think, Chair, I am actually taking your example and suggestion because as SAPS, we're also open to partnership policing where it is feasible. We can also enter into MOUs with the various disciplines. In this case, we can also venture into partnership with social media, that is institutions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Then you largely testifying, or you are testifying that the reason why the unrest stopped eventually was due to the police and the plan of the police, the operational plan and its execution. But the people like the Minister of Defense and others are actually saying, no, the unrest stopped as soon as the defense force came out and were efficiently deployed at the malls and everywhere. So that it was actually the defense force that stopped the unrest from continuing. What is your, and the looting, so-called looting and so on, what is your comment on that?
Yeah, my comments is that when we are working together, no one can necessarily claim success. It's an outcome of collectivity. But the plan that I referred to, Chair, saying brought the unrest to a stop was the stabilization operational plan. The stabilization operational plan is a high-density, integrated, and multidisciplinary collaborated operational plan, which consists of SAPs, metros, all security forces, including the defense. So we were working together. And there's one element I may not suggest that we leave out, because the final blow to the unrest, Chair, was when the community took a stance and said we join hands with the security forces, which was then featuring as part and parcel of the community policing strategy and the community activation plan. All together, we put it to a stop, but there was different roles by different role players within. That's my comment, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can you plot for us the intelligence gathered, that's now by crime intelligence, orally and in writing, since the unrest on a month-to-month basis? Reports, how many oral reports, what did it say? How many written reports, what did it say? That's now since the unrest started.
Yeah, I think, Chair, I can be able to do an audit of the written reports, and then the oral briefings, which were very situational, I can also that is be able to establish as and when we convened the meetings and there were specific, that is briefings, but I can be able to give the commission a plotted type of a report.
And then also the same, let me put it this way. So we know that before the unrest started, no intelligence whatsoever. After the unrest started, the stabilization plan and the intelligence gathering process as a leg of that plan. So if you can perhaps do the same during the, particularly pertaining to the 8 days of unrest in question, on a day-to-day basis, just to indicate specifically there. It might be then part of the broader report, but on a day-to-day basis, what was the intelligence that was coming forward during the 8 days, specifically on a day-to-day basis? Is that fine, Commissioner?
No, I think it's fine, Chair. You have specified the scope. We look at the scope and also align the technical intelligence processes and just make sure that if it is not fully covered in the broader report, then we provide an addendum report to it.
For that. So then my last question from my side is, how has the instability within the intelligence structures affected the question of the pre-warning of the unrest as well as the response and post-intelligence work?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think firstly, all the intelligence role players and as well as the 100% capacity need to be focused on gathering, that is in intelligence, and also make sure that we understand the modus operandi and everything that relates to the stability of the country. Now, the instability, firstly, certain people who are supposed to be at the right place at the right time could not necessarily be there in many instances. Here I'm talking about deploying the right capacity at the right place, because there's various prescribed roles which require various skills. Then there must also be operational direction coming from operational command, which needs a stable management or command that is structured, which has not been there. We're still in a progress of getting it right. So obviously, even the resources, you may not then be able to optimally utilize the limited that you have. Hence, the other instances of investigations and the actions taken against some. So I think this is how I can explain the compromise, but also the history has contributed to say you have an environment which stayed without leadership for quite a long time. And then actually the shared one vision was impossible. Now, during the unrest, when the unrest came, I think it found us in a corporate renewal process, but we were not yet there ready to have all the capacity at the right place. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Tuli.
Commissioner Stole, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Commissioner Stole, the hearing has heard evidence to the effect that in Phoenix, the violence that ensued in Phoenix happened on the Phoenix Highway. And in many areas, there were barricades that were illegal on the roads, particularly on the Phoenix Highway. Some of these barricades were right outside the Phoenix police station. Have you been informed of this matter?
Yes, I was informed during the situational report by the province and the interventional response that they then provided.
Could you inform us what this interventional response entailed?
Firstly, there's a highway patrol team. We agreed on the maximum deployment, which is the flying squad. And we also then agreed on the deployment of the public order resources, though they were stretched at that particular time. Then there has also been interaction between the police, the metros, and the traffics to work together in that particular environment. Then the activation of the investigation team so that we could look into the possible suspects that are responsible for barricading the road. So that's what were the interventional response.
Commissioner Stole, the barricades outside this police station were there for approximately more than 48 hours. Have you been informed of this?
That the police station was barricaded and wasn't able to function, I did not get a specific report to that effect. I'm sure the provincial commissioner would be able to relate to it. But the one obvious thing is that a police station cannot be closed by the public or the communities. And there's an plan in the emergency plan, which
My question, Commissioner Stole, the police station was not closed. The barricade on the Phoenix Highway was outside the police station. So police officials, in order to come in and out of the police station that was open, would not miss the barricade. The barricades were there, we are told, for approximately more than 48 hours. The question is whether you are aware of this.
that the Phoenix Highway was barricaded, I am aware. How far and the proximity to the police station, I was not necessarily fully aware. But I was informed of the interventional response because the moment a road is barricaded, we need to respond immediately in order to make sure that it is cleared. But as you put the question, the one that relates to the proximity to the police station, I did not get a full accurate report to say the police were not actually attending to it for 48 hours.
Thanks, Commissioner Stole. Could you inform the hearing whether there's any disciplinary action that one is underway and two that has been completed that particularly refers to the conduct of police officials during this era or this moment of July?
There's not yet a disciplinary hearing initiated from a national perspective until reports that is are finalized from both an investigation perspective. But from the provinces, there's operationally orientated disciplinary processes that relate to the compliance of members. But currently, there isn't a disciplinary process running from national.
Commissioner Sithole, are you aware of any incidences of gendered violence or gender-based violence, particularly as a result or around the time of the July unrest?
Thank you, Chair. I think part and parcel of the investigation team, we do have the FCS section that looks into the gender-based violence cases that gets committed in the process. And the instruction is that the moment we pick up a gender-based violence case, then it is taken, but there's a deputy national commissioner assigned for that, which is a deputy national commissioner for crime detection, and that team reports to her. We can't be able to indicate cases of domestic violence which were picked up during the arrest.
Are you in a position to furnish the commission with that report?
We can be able to furnish the commission with the report.
Very much, Commissioner Sithole. Now, lastly, I'd like to get your view on the timing of this unrest. We have heard from you that your view is that it was planned. Now, the timing then plays a significant role in a planned event of this magnitude and this scale. What is your view on the timing of this event? We have heard different and varying theories, some that predate the 1994 era, some that look at its relationship to the local government elections that happened on the 1st of November, and some that speak to issues within the police service as well and their state of readiness to respond to an event of this nature. What are your views on the timing of the July unrest?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm going to give you my own analysis because you called my views. Firstly, the so-called modus operandi designers, they looked at the sensitive period part, which the country was going through. Firstly, we were nearing the election, and they chose the exploitation of root causes in order to try and shoot them to higher influence. Like, for instance, an example, they knew that unemployment is a sensitive dimension. And if they do anything that would relate to increasing unemployment, then it would be playing on the emotions of the people. And then their target one would then suspect that they wanted the local elections to be uncontrolled or ungovernable. But then again, the timing again, they knew that we are in an economic recovery era, and any attempt to slow down the recovery of the economy would come as sensitive to the country. And as a result of that, I think then the activities which they embarked on were activities which would easily slow down the economy and play on the community's emotions. And given the state which I also explained, which was also explained to me by the Commission with regard to the level of violence and ranking of the country, it was also, the timing was then right, given that level, to play on the emotions of the public, knowing they will react quickly. Then again, they look at the developments at local government level, and they looked at environmental design factors which affects both local government and the police, and as well as the ability of the police to move faster. So I think that in my view was then the timing, but which was based on exploiting the root causes, shooting them to higher influence, and playing on the emotions of the communities. But then on the side of the police, they also then exploited the level of resourcing, and they knew which areas the police would reach and which not. And interestingly, that the timing was also linked to the time when the establishment was scaled down and the budget cuts. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stole. That's all from me, Chair.
Commissioner Nasan?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Commissioner. There's a few questions, but I just want to follow up on what Commissioner Tulip asked you about women and GBV. But I thought also an important question is that among the people that you've arrested, were there any children that were arrested? If you don't have the number, could you please forward us of a number of children that were arrested amongst the so-called looters, and also where the proper protocol was followed in terms of children, young children in particular, of where they were kept in holding cells or where they followed due process with the help of the social workers. If you can, give us that information now, but if not, you can always forward it to the Commission.
Thank you, Chair. I will request to provide a report, and we'll give full information as per that report.
Thank you, Commissioner. Then the second one, understanding that you're the multidisciplinary a team that work on implementing the stabilization and normalization plan, but you had to have boots on the ground. And despite this commission having heard a lot of people and evidence and witnesses saying to us, including yesterday, an eminent scholar was saying that in Pinetown, during that time he was in Pinetown at the mall, and at the intersection of the mall, there were hundreds of cars in the parking area, standing with looted goods, and there was a sole police officer directing the traffic at the intersection. And his expectation was that the police will be called to stop them from moving. But nevertheless, having all heard that the issues around the trust and the confidence in the police, I would like to say that we must add the appreciation for those men and women in blue that actually implemented that plan together with the other people. And they too have gone, they're also members of the community. And we must give our due where there's due needed. And I think we need to express that thanks to women and men in blue that implemented that plan amidst great challenges. Because General Mawela said here that particularly in Gauteng, a number of stores looted were next to police stations or near police stations. So I'd just like to ask you just a few questions around women and men in blue. Have any of them been injured? Have anybody died that you know of? And the trauma that the number of police officers went through, can you imagine 1,000 people, a small police station, imagine the trauma and the anxiety. Have there ever been services offered to them in the form of counseling and support? And then also in our visits around KZN, for example, we've also heard the term looter of the looters. And are there any of your members that you're aware of that were also involved in any looting of looters or looters? But thanks to all the law enforcement agencies, including South African National Defence Force and the Metro Police and SAPS, and because through them a plan, stabilization and normalization plan came into effect. But please answer those questions, General, just on your members. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. Maybe it might just be important for me to say, if you repeat this statement that you've just made, the service in the country and the members will be 3 times the best police service that you would like to see in this country, because they too also need to be motivated. Firstly, sir, we had several casualties in the form of injuries. We can't be able to provide a report. We will also be able to report on the number of cases where we lost, that is members. But our members found themselves in a situation where they could not do otherwise other than sacrificing their lives for the benefit of the country and for the safety of the citizens in this country. The looters, yes, there's cases where we've arrested one of our own. We will also be able to provide a report, because whenever we fight crime and we make sure that the safety and security of our communities is created, we do not allow any of us to dent the good work that is done by the others. The some were arrested, the some were charged departmentally. I remember the few cases reported to me. I also gave an instruction that a disciplinary action must kick off as a matter of urgency. Thank you, sir. The report will be made available.
Commissioner. General, you also alluded to that, the protection and the stationing of law enforcement at malls. But we've also heard that, in the township, in the different townships, people suffered. Spaza shops, service stations, and some of that led to other issues. If you take Komashu, where people had to go and get to a service station to get petrol, they had to go from Komashu to Phoenix because in the township, service stations were also looted, etc. And that resulted in people even being killed. So will you be able to give us some idea about your operations in the, what I will call the forgotten areas? Because everybody got concentrated on the malls and the shopping centers, the industrial parks, which was very important. But there were also these others, and they've also lost quite a lot. And the deployment of those law enforcement agencies in that area.
Thank you, sir. Speaking to the analysis and a bit of research done by the modus operandi designers before the execution of the modus operandi, they also look at the areas of concentration of the SAPS resources and the areas we will run to. When we ran to the urbanized areas or the cities in order to stop, because they started there, then they ran to the township and executed. They just wanted us to create space. That's why I'm speaking about the overstretching type of a modus operandi. But other than that, again, sir, there's development. Part of the development I refer to as uncontrolled development, where there's development taking place and SAPS is not aware, is not part. then it means you might have a very extensive settlement starting where we will not be able to put a police station because we're not necessarily part of that. They also targeted those areas. They knew areas where development took place, but where there is a development that relates to servicing people or creating the opportunity for people to acquire resources, including food. But after getting the understanding and the tactical intelligence, that's where and when we started an approach of strategic deployment of resources and making sure that when we shift resources, we also reserve resources to deploy in certain areas. So, but unfortunately, by the time we did that and we responded, some of the areas were already affected, but we were then able to be proactive in order to prevent quite a lot of others from getting so affected. So we are now trying to do away with the so-called forgotten areas. We've developed a service, a rapid service delivery access that is strategic, where we make sure that where development takes place and the spatial development stretch is taking place, even if we're not informed, we then try and resort to rapid delivery access that is strategic and provide services there. Thank you.
So lastly, from your comment, and you can comment on it, the suggestion from my side, is that part of this hearing, obviously, they've got two components. The one issue is the accountability factor, and the other issue is about social cohesion. And part of that social cohesion component, a component of that social cohesion, is actually to assist and to assist the larger community, South African community, to build further trust and confidence within the South African police services. And we are sometimes called from time to time in the different provinces to attend prof jocks. I would suggest that as the Human Rights Commission, who's got his ear on the ground all the time, that perhaps that should be a standing arrangement for that Human Rights Commissions in the different provinces be part of the prof jocks. This is a suggestion from my side, in order so that we can also be proactive when things like this happen. Thanks. Thank you, General. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Nissen. Just a last question from my side, General, and that is the following. We know now that there are allegations against certain police officers that they've been involved in the so-called looting. But as far as the returning to the planners, is there any indication that you have at this point in time, as we are here now in this hearing, of any police officer or any member that's involved in intelligence that are there any indications that any police officer or anyone in intelligence has been involved in the planning or execution of the plan pertaining to the unrest?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. Up to this far, Chair, we haven't arrived at a full conclusion that this intelligence person is involved, but the investigation which is going on suggests that the infiltration process also went to crime intelligence. And such investigations are the ones that are done very carefully, very deeply, and very unconventional. But as the chair and the commission indicated, we need to share reports. I think during the time of sharing, we'll be able to share progress.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Is nothing more from the evidence team, I suppose. Thank you very much, Commissioner. We really appreciate your cooperation with the Commission. As I mentioned earlier, you are setting a good example to public office bearers to cooperate with the Commission and with this hearing as is required by the Constitution, and we're very thankful to your for that. Thank you for your time, and thank you for availing yourself on a second occasion as well to conclude your evidence. If there is anything that comes up that we need to hear more about, we'll call on you, but for now, thank you very much for your evidence. That is now, for now at least, hereby concluded.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Excused to go on with your duties as the Police Commissioner of our country. Thank you so much. We will stand down now, but yes, and the Police Commissioner and those with him may, leave at this point in time. We're going to housekeeping matters now, and we are seriously in trouble in terms of time, so I see Advocate Lotz is going to make a suggestion. Thanks.
Yes, Chair. We've had a long morning. We wanted to suggest that if we could resume at 3 and have a shorter lunch. I'm led to believe that the Provincial Commissioner for KZN has arrived. So perhaps during the break, we'll check up on other logistics. However, the schedule does stand as planned for his testimony to go up until 4:30 today.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll stand down and continue at 3.
Thank you.
afternoon to everyone, and welcome to the officers from the South African Police Service, including the Provincial Commissioner, General Mukazi. Then also with him, I believe, at the evidence table is Major General Kevin James on the far side from my side, and Major General Pumelele Makoba on the nearest side. So as far as I remember, yes, and thank you again for, also providing a very good example to all public office bearers to cooperate with the Commission as is required by our Constitution. As far as I remember, General Mukazi, you have already taken the oath the previous time when it was online. That's how I recall. So you're still on the oath. And then as far as the other two major generals are concerned, I would understand that if you're sitting at that table, you would also like to make contributions at certain points. Is that correct? Yeah. So,
sorry, Chairperson, can they please switch on their mics each time they respond? Because nodding won't be recorded anyway. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So let's start with Major General Kevin James. Major General, are you willing to take the oath, or do you want to confirm the truth of your evidence?
Good afternoon, Chair. I would prefer to take the oath. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience?
I do, sir.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please lift your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much, Major General Makoba. Are you willing to take the oath, or do you want to affirm the truth of your evidence?
Good afternoon, Chair. Yes, I would like to take the oath.
Thank you very much. Do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience?
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
That is correct, sir.
Please lift your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
May I also take the opportunity to introduce the panel. I'm chairing the panel, Commissioner Andre Gaum from the South African Human Rights Commission. On my left is Commissioner Pelile Ntuli, also from the Commission, and on my right is Commissioner Chris Nissen. So I will now hand back to the evidence team to continue from their side. Thank you so much.
Chair, before we proceed, what would be the status of the persons accompanying the Provincial Commissioner? Because my understanding is the person who has been invited to come testify here is the Provincial Commissioner. You will recall I had an issue with the National Commissioner who was being assisted to tender evidence.
Yes, now I think that if the other two major generals, want have more knowledge on a specific issue and want to amplify, we will allow them to do that, similar to what has happened before, when more than one, person was actually giving evidence. So we'll allow that, but not in the sense of now. You are quite right that the specific person called here is the Commissioner of Police, so the primary responsibility will be on him. But if, on a certain issue, that's why I have also made sure that the other two also took the oath, and I think that is what was problematic with the situation this morning, that if anyone wanted to say something, we would have allowed that, but that person would have had to be under oath. But I mean, it's not a new practice in the sense that we have allowed previously that, more than one person give evidence. So I will allow it to be of this nature, but it should be understood that the main person responsible to reply is the Provincial Police Commissioner.
It's quite strange.
Thank you, Chairperson. Most of our questions will be directed to the Provincial Commissioner, General Mukazi. General Mukazi, could you please tell the panel how long have you been with the South African Police Service?
Just over 28 years.
You joined the police just before the advent of democracy.
That's correct.
And how long have you been the Provincial Commissioner of SAPS in the KwaZulu-Natal province?
I'm 7 months now.
Come again?
7 months.
Okay. Before you occupied this position, what were your other roles at SAPS?
I came from the Division Operational Response Service as a Divisional Commissioner.
So you were a divisional commissioner at National Office
That's correct.
for operations and
For Operational Response Service.
operational response service. And what does this role entail?
It entails commanding all the forces or all the units that are supporting the provincial commissioners in the execution of the mandate of creating a safe environment for people in South Africa.
Okay, and were you deployed or did you apply for the current role you are occupying?
I applied for this one. Actually, I requested, Chair, Commissioner, if I use the right word, I made a request to be deployed as a provincial commissioner.
And this was granted by the current National Police Commissioner?
It was granted both by the National Commissioner, the Premier, and the Minister of Police.
Had you previously worked in KwaZulu-Natal?
That is correct. That's where I started my career.
Oh, when you started your career. Would I be correct in saying that you are proficient and fluent in isiZulu?
Yebo.
No, that's helpful. What do you associate the term ziyakhala, ayikhale? What do you associate this term with? As someone who's fluent in isiZulu, but also as someone who works for the South African Police Service?
Alikho enqolobani yesiZulu leli gama angilazi.
I think we'll have to translate that.
Okay, sorry,
Please,
Chair.
General.
I mean, that word does not necessarily exist in the vocab of the Zulu as a language. So it is a word that I really don't know what it means, except something that started trending around July.
Would you associate this term or phrase with the unrest?
It started trending around July. So I would like to believe that perhaps it was meant to be used during the unrest. But it's still happening now, so and there's no unrest, I do not know.
Would you say this term was a key factor behind the rioting and looting in July?
I will not say that.
Are the police currently probing cases relating to the use of the word aikale, ziyakhala manje?
I do not know about the specific investigation in relation to that. As far as I'm concerned, that is not a criminal offense to use such a word. So the police would be wasting resources if they to investigate such.
That is helpful. In your view, does this phrase, ziyakhala, aikale, does this phrase incite violence?
I said earlier, I'm repeating again, Commissioner, I do not know the real meaning of the word. So I cannot say it incites violence.
Does this slogan or phrase carry any violent message?
Same answer I gave before, Commissioner. I do not know what it means because to date it's still being used, it's still trending.
Thank you. Following the judgment in the matter involving the Secretary of the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into allegations of state capture versus President Zuma and others, in which the former president was found guilty of contempt of court and convicted for 15 months imprisonment. What is it that you did as the provincial commissioner? In the judgment, the former president was required to hand himself over to Nkandla or Johannesburg Central Police Stations for him to be transferred to a correctional facility. As soon as this sentence was handed down, what is it that you did as the provincial commissioner of KZN in light of the order that he had to hand himself over to one of the police stations located under your command?
Commissioner, I'm not sure if the Commissioner will allow me to outline the sequence of events from the day when we started getting involved in this operation up until the time when I went on leave and my colleagues took over and I came back and up to now what we are busy with.
Please proceed.
If I were to be allowed to do that, Chair. Thank you so much. Maybe as a start, Commissioner, I just want to confirm again that I took an oath before this commission, and I did that on behalf of all men and women in blue. I'm talking about SAPS members from this province of KZN, as well as the national components and other police officers that came from different provinces who were deployed here during the time. Commissioner, members worked long hours, 7 straight hours without rest, which I guess the Human Rights Commission will not agree to it, but they had to sacrifice because of the situation we're facing in the province. They did all that despite the threats that were leveled against them and their families, because what was circulating at the time was that they should attack police stations, they should attack the families of the members that are working to try and stop them. Those were the people that organized that long week of chaos in this province. But the members stood fast and they continue working and they could salvage whatever they could protect from destruction by those that were planning those evil deeds. So, and also, Chair, allow me to express some appreciation to our force multipliers. We were working with the Metro Police, Road Traffic Inspectorate, local traffic security companies throughout day and night to try and secure the properties as well as the government critical infrastructure and other private infrastructure in the province during the period. Without them, we would not have succeeded. And I must also thank the citizens of this province, the good millions of people that were out there at night, voluntarily so, helping the police in whatever means, logistical and otherwise, helping them to focus on the job at hand. There was no food, a lot of shops were closed, police officers expected to be on duty, and they needed to eat the whole day, and there's many other resources that were required that we needed to be assisted with, that the security companies, private citizens were there. And I want to thank them for that. The SNDF, who later joined the operation, those men and women that came here to come and assist us, they allowed us, at least as a South African Police Service, to focus more on the operations on the ground rather than to be confined to the strategic points that we had taken position of in order to protect this province. Chair, South Africa is a democratic country. We need to be transparent about whatever we do. But according to my assessment, and this is my personal opinion, that this freedom we have has got the potential of causing more damage for this country. And I do hope that as we appear here before the Commission in front of television, we are going to disclose security strategies of the security cluster. We've been talking about the lack or however otherwise of the intelligence community. It's just a matter of time that the enemy out there that is watching to plan an attack against South Africa. And I do hope that such will not happen. And if it does happen, we as citizens are not going to blame each other for that, because it's just a matter of time before it happens. Chair, I will outline the timelines of the event as they started and what SAPS strategy that were deployed by the SAPS KZN under my leadership before the unrest, during the unrest, and after the unrest.
Sorry, General.
Yes, sir.
If there are matters of a sensitive nature that can be disclosed or that could potentially jeopardize the security of the state, please do know that you are not obliged to disclose them, and those can be disclosed confidentially through or in camera. Please do indicate when you can't respond to certain questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, sir. Commissioner, the difficulty that one faces is that other witnesses that appear before the Commission have spoken a lot about me, about these police officers that are working in the KZN province. They've spoken a lot about my family. And some of them within this commission will also have given my child a name of a bundle of joy. I do not know what it means. This has created an impression to the South Africans at large that there is one General Mkwanas who works and is in charge of over 18,000 police officers in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, who seems not to have known what he was doing at the time. And this is evidence has been presented by very senior people of government. And it leaves one with no choice but to stand here before South Africans and express exactly what happened and tell the truth as I've taken the oath to the South Africans. So, sensitivity or not of what might be spoken here today, the Commission will have to forgive me. But if I do not, I stand to be judged as a person who have failed the citizen of this province. In order to protect myself, my integrity, and my family, I shall disclose that probably, Chair, what the former Minister of Defense came here and he said, I called, when they arrived here, I talked to them about things that had nothing to do with the unrest. And I want to place it on record that everything that I spoke to them, I did that in camera with the respect of a sensitivity of the things we're discussing about because they concern the security of the state. Things that needed to help us to stop the riot at the time. But the minister comes and said those were unnecessary things that I spoke to them about. Now, she said that. I'm coming here today, should I not respond to it? Should I not tell the South Africans of exactly what did I tell the minister? That what has made the minister to sweat under collar. Should I not? It's a question mark. So if the commission says I should not go deeper in discussing that, then I'll respect that, because that is my interest. I do not want to disclose things that are sensitive, that are going to compromise the security of this country. It is the unfortunate part, but we are here in a public space, and we now have to defend ourselves as Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, because my future will then depend on it, beyond this uniform that I'm wearing.
Yeah, General, we are not out to censor you. We just needed to caution you and to alert you. We also need to add that if you require legal representation, as it was indicated in our correspondence to your office, that you should also indicate. So you are at liberty to share any information that will aid this hearing. So please proceed to take us through the chronological sequence of events in relation to the unrest. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Commissioner, as I said, I will outline the timelines and I'll brief the Commissioner about the strategies that you deployed or what informs the strategies. And I will also respond to the allegations that were made by the Speaker of Parliament, who appeared here before the Commission.
Yeah.
I'm going to be very quick.
No, before you get into it, we just need a 5-minute adjournment, just to discuss something quickly with you before we proceed. Chair, please, it's of utmost importance.
Yes, no, that is in order.
A brief adjournment. Thank you.
including them, outlining your rights. You still also have the right to a legal representative if you so wish. That right is there for you, and then, even if you want to apply to cross-examine certain people that have, already testified, you have that right as well. In terms of issues pertaining to state security and so on, if you come to a point where you feel it's on that particular terrain, then you should, and it's in your judgment, we don't have the knowledge to make that call. It's in your judgment, then you should rather, for example, say, I will discuss this with you in camera and not, in public. But that is your call to make. We do understand that, certain people have made allegations against you and you want to deal with some of those issues. So that is obviously your full right to do that as well. So, is that all understood?
No, thank you, sir. Commissioner, it's understood.
Thank you very much. So back to Mr. Jones.
Yeah.
Oh yes, we are, the police provincial commissioner has handed up a timeline that he will be dealing with. So as soon as we have all the copies and it's received, we will, I think you will request from your side, Mr. Jones, perhaps that this is marked as exhibit, I think, C at this point in time. I think this is the third exhibit that we
Indeed, Chairperson.
receive. Thank you. Okay, so I mark it exhibit C. Thank you very much. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Commissioner. General, you were still taking us through the timeline, the Unrest timeline. You may proceed.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Commissioner, in the short brief that I will be giving the Commissioner, I just want to, as before we start with the timeline, just to indicate that as the South African Police Service, KwaZulu-Natal, we were having a number of protest actions that were in the province. In the month of April, we recorded, or we policed 202 crowd management situation or different events. In May, that figure went up to 219. This includes riots where people were protesting against service delivery and the issues of political positions and the likes. In June, that figure went up to 268 crowd management incidents that we were responsible for as the police. In July, similar things were still happening. So when the unrest happened, we were still busy with these operations. And I must say, these, in the main, are executed by the Public Order Police Unit. So the unit was already occupied before we started with this challenge that we faced. What I showed you, Commissioner, is the timelines as we have recorded them as a South African Police Service. Commissioner, the timelines indicated on the screen starts from the 4th of July, and it ends on the 15th of July. It is our submission before this commission that these are the timelines of unrest. Anything that happened beyond the 15th of July, we do not record it as an unrest. So whoever that spoke about what they did after the 15th of July, they were not operating within the unrest period, according to our records. We're going to qualify that, Commissioner. Immediately after the Constitutional Court judgment, we noticed as a South African Police Service, KZN, a large gathering of media houses in front of the former president's homestead in Ngandla. They literally were camping there day and night. And you switch on a television in the morning, you hear commentators about the judgment, whether is it good or is it bad. The learned colleagues will analyze it, others will say, yes, it could be done under these circumstances. But the big majority of South Africans like myself, who might not be that clued up much about the court processes and legal processes maybe, will start being personal, and you say, but how do you trial a person without, how do you sentence a person without a trial? Now, these debates were encouraged by the media commissioners because they were being discussed in public platforms, and it allows every other person to start engaging and sharing their views. So for those that they were in support of the former president, started becoming angry from that time as these things were developing every day. Now, this is few days before the actual 4th, when the president is said that he must hand himself over. There were a lot of discussions that were taking place. So it worried us as the provincial management. Then we were even saying if we could, if we had any authority, we will switch off every communication that happens, transmission, so that people don't necessarily get to see what's happening at Nkandla. And then they can continue with their own businesses. Because the focus that was there at Nkandla at the time triggered anger towards many citizens, especially in this province. And we could see a potential of danger at the time. On the second, Commissioner, which is a letter that we have here, on the 2nd of July, we wrote a letter. The letter to the Division Visible Policing and Operations at the head office. A letter where we are requesting for additional resources. This is us assessing what was happening in the media and the mood that we were seeing on social media and the likes, that made us realize that something probably big might be happening as when the president's supposed to go to prison. To prepare ourselves, we started developing a contingency plan. And in our contingency plan, we needed resources, reinforcement. That's why we wrote this letter to the head office on the 2nd of July. It's not on the timelines. I'm talking about the timeline starting on the 4th. So this letter was written, and it's here as a proof of when we started being active as the province, SAPS KwaZulu-Natal. Then I'm going to come back to the timelines as they appear on the screen. On the 4th, we started noticing these large gatherings that were taking place at Nkandla. These gatherings happened all the way until the 7th, when the president went to prison. Without elaborating much about every single day of what transpired at Nkandla, but the main criminal offense that was being committed at Nkandla was that of a disaster management regulations in terms of gatherings. As management, we look at the mood, we could assess the mood of the people in the country, in the province especially, and the sentences that are there available in relation to the gatherings. And we felt that if we were to act harshly at the time, we're going to divert the attention or that anger of these citizens back to the law enforcement, back to the police. Let's allow the process to unfold. As long as these crowds that are forming up at Nkandla are not endangering anybody's lives. So we allow those crowds to continue the way they're continuing. We were faced with a challenge, obviously, that should the former president appear at the police station, how we were going to deal with it. So we're preparing ourselves with that. The fortunate part is that the former president was and is still being protected by the South African Police Service. So it will have been easier for us to get a communication if he's on his route to a police station, so that we're able to serve the committal warrant, and then he can be taken to prison. The operation ran, it was in front of the television. I'm not going to repeat in this commission. And on the 8th, was a Thursday, the province was peaceful. It was a quiet day for everyone. Now, mind you, Commissioner, I forgot to mention that on the 2nd, when we wrote a letter and we were asking for resources, on the 3rd, the members came, and I'm going to show it as we explain. The first group of members were deployed by National to come and assist us because we already drew up a plan and we needed to execute that plan and we needed resources. And so they came exactly the following day. It was very quick. We then, on the 4th, we started running this operation until the 7th. The members were positioned in Richards Bay, that site, to be closer to Nkandla. On the 8th, it was quiet, in such a manner that even the Minister of Police, we felt that let's just give thanks to the members who were involved with the operation. We then we arranged a parade at Mpangeni on Friday morning, the 9th, to go and brief the members, and I'm sure the media houses will remember that because the minister was there. To our surprise, without any information, without being warned by anybody, as we were driving to Mpangeni, we were blocked on the road, on the freeway. There was a group of people that decided to block trucks, and they took away the keys of the truck drivers and they blocked the trucks across the roads. And that disturbed traffic in the morning. So we had to first deal with that situation, and we effected arrests. We recovered some truck drivers' truck keys from some of the suspects there, took their phones for downloading so we can see the coordination. Now, this happens on a Friday morning. That is a King Casualty district. We felt that maybe this is something that was done by just a group of these people that are angry that the former president went to prison, and it is only isolated in that area. But as the day progresses, we had a parade with the members, the minister addressed the members, and the minister left. As the day progresses, we started seeing other incidents that were happening in around the shore area where some people will stop the trucks and force the trucks to offload the cargo on the road, sand and rubbish and all that, to block the road, just to cause some disruption. But again, this thing is centered towards that area, the northern side of the province. So we then realized something seems to be happening in that area, so we move most of our resources towards Ilembe district and King Casualty so that we can secure that part, because it's something that we did not plan for. There was no briefing about it. There was no early warning about it. We didn't know what was going to happen. While we secured that, we thought, okay, everything is stable. That's during the day on the 9th. Then the evening, the sun went down, and in the middle of the night, we got the news that the trucks have been torched on the freeway, on the N3. And when we counted the number of trucks, we realized that it's a serious, organized event that is happening that we don't know anything about. We then were forced to have another meeting on the very same Saturday in the morning. We called a meeting with external role players because the first part was just SAPS alone, SAPS alone. We then called other role players, which was then the joint operation. And we asked intelligence to give us a briefing to tell us exactly what is happening here. Who's organizing this? And we see social media is becoming active. So unfortunately, the briefing report we received from crime intelligence could not provide us with the answers as to who's behind it and what has been planned and what is the next move. So we did not know necessarily what is it to expect next. I remember the CEO of the business chamber in Durban asked me, so General, what do you do now? The trucks are blocked and our storage are full here and the cargo must move out of the harbor. My response to her was that, ma'am, we really don't necessarily understand exactly what is coming here, what is happening. For safety of these trucks, can you please speak to your members to let these trucks move during the sunrise and sunset only? When the sun goes down, they must park, so that we can be able to understand what is happening on the ground and be able to secure the province. Because if they travel at night, the speed they're traveling with, and it's easy for them to be attacked. So obviously what we recommended didn't happen. They did not stop their trucks. But as the situation unfolds on the following day, the 10th, we then realized we need to make a call. I contacted the colleague from RTI. I said, shut down that freeway, the N3. So we deliberately decided to block all the vehicles from coming down so that we can organize ourselves, because we realized that the plan that we had for Nkandla, which was just for Nkandla and end Nkandla, was not necessarily applicable to this situation we're facing. So in the meeting that I said, again, we had on the Saturday, we then developed another plan. We adjusted the plan that we had in Nkandla, and we deployed a different strategy at the time. Social media was a buzz, and there were threats on the police officers. There were threats almost flying everywhere. Then we realized that perhaps we could be facing a domestic terrorist or something like that's happening in there. We don't know what's going on. Are they really going to attack police stations, to take firearms, as they are saying, or not? Will they attack critical government infrastructure or not? So then we said, it seems like we are entering a war situation. So the deliberate thing that we must do as a South African Police Service is to take position in the strategic points that are going to secure the critical infrastructure that is going to allow the country to continue, the province to continue beyond whatever that might be happening. We then decided to identify all these national key points. We identify all these government critical infrastructure. We identify everything, including communication towers, you name them. And we plotted them, and we said we needed to secure it in this fashion in all these places, including police stations. And we then decided to, as we're trying to manage the situation, we decided that we're going to request the additional support from the head office of additional members, and if needed be the SNDF that needed to come and deploy. So that's how we were managing the situation. That's what informed our planning. Because we realized that the social media has been used, and they are now blocking the roads with burning tires, and they are targeting some shopping centers already at the time. So we needed to make sure that we protect what we can in order for us to be able to live beyond this. And I must say, Commissioner, that there's no town in this province that was not affected. We have 11 districts in KZN. All of them were affected. We have a list of all of them that were affected. We had a serious damage to infrastructure that occurred, at least 89 shopping centers or malls that were damaged. They attempted to damage the hospital, but they just ended on the fence of the hospital. Warehouses, factories, banks, ATM machines, liquor outlets, you name them. There's quite a lot of destruction, including schools. Quite a lot of schools that were destroyed at the time. Commissioner, we had recorded as a South African Police Service a number of 281 bodies that were picked up in relation to this incident that happened. So as a result of murders, people ended up fighting over a bottle of whiskey that they're finding it in a liquor shop, and they stab each other, they kill each other because of that. And others were trampled upon, and they could not run, and they end up dying for stampede, because of stampede. And there are others that will have been driven over by vehicles on the road as they were crossing the road, and so forth. So the total was 281. Now, Commissioner, in Marikana, the number is not even half of this. But in this province, we had this number, which means it is rather a very serious incident that we were facing at the time. Amongst the incidents that happened, we also had our own members that were injured, 26 members altogether that got injured during the process. Commissioner, as I say, we responded as we decided, okay, let's focus on these strategic places so we can deploy. We first had to appreciate that the size of the province, I'm not sure if I will bore the commission if I put that the population size of the province on the population figure that was recorded mid-term last year, it's just over 11 million citizens. Now, these exclude foreign nationals. 11 million citizens at the size of the square kilometer of 93,000 square kilometer of the province of KwaZulu-Natal, with at least a 600-kilometer long distance of an N2 from point to point, and a distance of 261 kilometers of the length of the N3 from Durban to Free State. At eThekwini alone, there's a total of 1,147 kilometers, the length of all the road network that is here. So we looked at this commission, we said, we only have 18,000 police officers. If we divide these 18,000 police officers according to the square meters of the province, where do we block? If we divide these 18,000 police officers against the number of these roads, and we say create roadblocks so we can block people not to drive and cause more looting, which roads are we going to target? Because every other road that is here in the Teguin has been used by the rioters, the looters. They were driving on it, on these roads. So it became a mission impossible right at the onset. So whoever organized it, maybe they took time to study the security force and they knew our capabilities and our shortcomings. Hence, they did what they did. I'm not going to bore you with the ratio in terms of how many police officers we had versus the population size. But I must say, as I said earlier, there's quite millions of South Africans that were here that were on the good side and they were working with the police to try and secure. So we could capitalize on that. We could capitalize on security companies that were available in all provinces, and there's a list of them that we work well with. We could capitalize on them to help us to reinforce because it was just us alone, nobody else. Hence I said, we had already communicated to National before the Zuma the former president matter. We received deployments there, and we requested for additional. We even asked that if they could help us to bring down the SNDF so that the SNDF can take the strategic key points that we identified, such as the airport, the harbor, and so forth, so that they can free the South African police officers who are trained in dealing with civilians to go out there and enforce the law and try and maintain order in the province. Commissioner, we deployed quite a number of members. I'm not going to list them here, but as I said, total number of 18,000 were members that are stationed in KZN, but plus we had other national members that came in and other national components that were assisting at the time. We divided members into two shift system, and we let the members work 7 days flat without rest. And they work night shift only. So you wake up in the morning, sunset, you go home, sunrise. You wake up in the morning, you do the same thing. If you come with dirty clothes, tough luck, there's no time to wash. That is the situation that the members find themselves at the time. They were under that much pressure as we were operating. I must thank the unions, the leadership of the unions, because they never, not once, objected to this operational deployment that we're using at the time, because they also appreciated that the country needs to be saved. Something big is happening that we do not appreciate what it is. Now, it was said in previous presentation that we don't control crime intelligence. We are also receiving products. That's why when we're asking them in meetings on record, all the products they were presenting to us are available on record. We have kept them in all our meetings that we've had. Commissioner, on the 3rd of July, as I said, after writing this letter, on the 3rd of July, a batch of 174 members were deployed to the province. On the 11th of July, after appreciating this other thread that we're emerging from the 9th, we asked for additional 315 members were deployed additional to the province. And again, on the 13th of July, another 278 members were deployed to the province. And now these were facilitated by General Masimule at the national office. So he was taking members from other provinces and bringing them down to KZN. And I still warned General Masimule, I said, remember, General, this might not be confined to KZN. We do not know what's going on. It might happen in Gauteng. So if you are bringing members to KZN, do not take much from Gauteng province. Rather take from provinces that the threat is less, like Northern Cape and the likes. So that Gauteng can also be able to deal with the situation if it goes that side. As we know, a lot of KZN citizens, they frequent Gauteng a lot, and it's closer to get there. General Masimula, also from National Office, assisted us by bringing 2 helicopters which were deployed. The first one came on the 4th, before the incarceration of the former president. It was here in the province. And we also, on the 8th, we had an additional helicopter that was deployed to the province. We positioned one in Durban, we positioned another one in the northern side, in Bangini area, so that we can be able to have eyes on the sky to help us run the operation. The other forces that also assisted us, Commissioner, SNDF members, on the 14th of July, I've given you timelines. On the 14th of July, just towards the tail end of the riots, 451 members of the SNDF arrived in the province for deployment. On the 15th of July, that number started increasing, and it increased up to 5,000 in total members that ended up being deployed in KZN. We had 700 members from eThekwini Metro Police, Road Traffic Inspectorate, 668 members that were deployed, the local traffic in other districts, 417 members that were deployed. And there's a number of security companies, as I said, Commissioner, earlier, that we're utilizing, that we're working with, that were helping us to protect these infrastructures and the likes. We had a total number of 14 armored fleet crowd management vehicles that we're utilizing, 14 of them, the Nyalas, and we had 2 water cannons that we had deployed in the province at the time. One was in Tebe and one was at Impangeni. Commissioner, we utilized a total, at the time, before the unrest started, we had a stock level of pyrotechnics. Those are the equipment that we utilize in crowd management situations. That includes the rubber bullets on shotguns, and that includes stun grenades that we use in crowd management situations. So we had, in the province, 161,784 rubber rounds that we had on stock. So it is not that we did not have less lethal weapon or ammunition that we needed to use in a crowd management situation. We had, and we were using it. We also had additional shotgun rounds, reduced charge of 108,000. We had tear gas, 4,450, and we had 3,000 stun grenades. All those additional stock were deployed from the national office, and they came in batches. On the 29th of June, we received some stock. 29th of June is before the unrest. We had received some stock. On the 13th of July, we received another stock. On the 14th of July, we received another stock. And on the 23rd of July, we received another stock. We utilize this ammunition in different districts. I'm not going to bore you with that, but we've outlined it exactly where we applied this district. The water cannon that we had, we utilized it in different places, to be specific, at eThekwini district as well as King Cetshwayo, and specific areas, and we have that on record. There's quite a number of actions that were executed by us beside the fact that we were sitting at the national key points, securing those places. An example at the airport, at International Airport in Durban, it was only the South African Police Service that was securing that airport, no one else. The security guards that were deployed there, they did not even pitch up to work. So we sat there until such time the SNDF arrived, then we could release our members for the SNDF to stay on. We had 1,537 roadblocks amongst other operations that we conducted. So the list of activities, we searched premises, we searched people, we conducted patrols. The total number of dockets registered, that is in the record of the period that we're talking about involving unrest, we registered 7,122 case dockets. And we arrested just over 3,000 suspects, 3,093 that were arrested as a result of it. And I must say, Commissioner, that the capacity of our cells to detain people that we're arresting in the province is 5,000. And we already at the time were half full because of other hardcore criminals. So when we were arresting these 3,000, it was obvious that we can't detain them. We have no place to detain them. So the system was clogged. The prisons at the time, they have 18,000 beds, and they were sitting with 21,000 inmates inside the prisons before the unrest. So even if we took these people to prison, which obviously they can't go there without going via court, the prison couldn't take them. And when you look at number of cases, were not necessarily serious cases. Yes, some of them will be serious, but theft was the main thing, because they will go in there, take whatever they take, and we get them on the road, in the car, wherever, with the goods, and we must charge them for stealing whatever that they will have had at the time, from the cheese that they will have stolen to the television or the couch or whatever that they will have stolen. We were opening cases because we as a law enforcement, we must enforce the law as it stands, regardless of what is the value of the items being stolen, so we had to do that. So majority of these cases, as you will see, they were either we're giving people warnings, and they were finalized without necessarily having to detain people. And I must say, there were no minors, fortunately, that were amongst those that were arrested during the time. This happens while we are in the middle of disaster management regulations. So neither these crowds are wearing masks. Even our police officers that were issued with protective gear, because of the work that they had to conduct, majority of the members could not think of their own health. They did not even have time to change the mask and put masks, because you have these crowds that you must deal with while your hands are full. We are trying to arrest a person. The mask comes off. You can't say to the criminal, wait, let me put a mask on first before I can arrest you. So you end up forgetting about your mask. It goes off, you deal with the suspect. So members expose themselves. That's why I am thanking them so much, Commissioner, that they risk their lives. Majority of our members. Yes, we have few of them that we'll explain later that made us not to look good as police officers as well in the mix. Commissioner, I want to quickly run and tell you about the total of other incidents that happen which are not racially related, which are things that, although there was looting and people were dying as a result of stampede and so forth, but we then started experiencing these racial tensions that were happening in 3 areas, especially in Phoenix, in Chatsworth, and as well as Mountain Rise in Pietermaritzburg. Phoenix, a total of 36 people died. In Chatsworth, 6 people died. In Mountain Rise, 2 people died as a result of racial-related attacks. We describe it like that. Maybe I must just go back a bit, Commissioner, if you allow me. The day when the president was taken to prison, I was sitting in that operational room together with the Minister of Police, Minister Cele, and other senior officers we were working with. The following day, we received the news that one of our colleagues had passed on due to COVID, Lieutenant General Mukazi, may his soul rest in peace. And we then realized that in the meeting we were in the presence of Brigadier Vishnaidu, who was in a close contact with Lieutenant General Mukazi. And he sat with us the whole day and whole night until the president was in prison. So we were in direct contact with Brigadier Naidu. The following day, when we were going to Mpangeni to thank those members, Brigadier Naidu had to go and do this test. He got this test positive. So by protocol of government, it forced the Minister of Police, myself, and all the other senior officers was there, Jerome Simul as well, to go on a self-isolation. So we go on self-isolation on a Friday. The riot started on Friday night. The difficulty that one had to face at the time. These are things that are not known. At least maybe the South Africans will get to appreciate. Commissioner, I normally have someone that assists me to drive around and go to places when I need to move. But because of the self-isolation rule, I was forced to be alone in the vehicle and I had to use my own private car. I drove to Phoenix in the middle of the night. After getting these reports of what's happening, I wanted to see myself what was going on. I took my firearm and I said, if I die, I'll die going there. So I went there physically, around 9 o'clock in the evening, to go and appreciate what is happening on the ground, because we're hearing that people are dying in Phoenix. And I must say, when I arrived there, it was kind of a war zone setup. The way the roads were blocked, it did not make an easy movement of traffic. And we got reports that even our police officers were being assaulted by the citizens of Phoenix, simply because some of them are not of the same race as those that were blocking the road. So we realized that the situation is becoming tense in Phoenix. That's why we then had to reinforce deployments of our police officers to Phoenix, because inside Phoenix, there wasn't much looting that was happening. Looting was happening in Konobia next to it. But as people are driving through Phoenix, then they get blocked and their vehicles are banned, people are assaulted. The videos that we have on our case dockets as we're investigating these cases, some of them makes you angry, Commissioner, when you look at them, where a man is forced to kiss another man, and they're taking records on that, amongst other things that were happening. People were shot point blank. So at least the teams that we formed have helped us to arrest some of these culprits. The community of Phoenix, I must say, have helped us to get evidence against some of the culprits. There's quite a lot of evidence we recovered because of the citizens of Indian origin in Phoenix who are giving us evidence against some of their own in Phoenix. So it is few of those that have got these racial tensions that created this mayhem, not the large population of Phoenix or in Chatsworth or in Mountain Rise, but there are few of them that have got this hatred. There's always going to be a bad apple wherever you go in life. We find them in these areas as well. There's quite a lot of, came up with analysis in terms of how people these cases came about, but quite a number of them that were killed, commissioners, they were shot. 38 of them, 38 dead bodies, it was a result of, 44 dead bodies was a result of being shot at. Now I'm putting all these three areas combined, Phoenix, Chatsworth, and as well as Mountain Rise. That is just on murders alone. But there's quite a lot of incidents also on attempted murders, 63 of them. Luckily, they survived, but they were all being shot at. For what? I do not know. I cannot necessarily answer that. But through the courts, as we are in court with quite a number of them, it will give us answers as to really what was the real reason for them to do this. So in Phoenix, as we deployed extra members from the 12th onward, and we reinforced, and we had roadblocks, and we had to clean the streets. It's not a job of a police to clean the streets, but we needed to get an easy free flow of traffic to bring the country back into normality. We had to help in cleaning up the streets. So we formed a dedicated investigation team only for Phoenix, but all the other cases in district, we had district teams that were dealing with those cases in different districts, working with prosecution and guiding them in terms of those investigations. The high-profile cases, Commissioner, crimes against the state, such as crimes are those people that are alleged to be instigators, were given to DPCI, so DPCI will be able to respond on those status of those cases. But we continue working very close up to now with the prosecution team and guiding us in terms of the investigation going forward. So I'm going to leave it there, Commissioner. There's basically the timelines of what happened. As I said, this started from the 9th until the 15th when we then started experiencing this chaos in the province. The 15th, it ended. The 15th, beyond the 15th, the ministers arrived. Yeah, on the 15th exactly, the ministers arrived in the province, and then we had a briefing of the ministers, and from there, it was the operation to recover the stolen goods. From there, it was the investigations only that were taking place. From there, it was the identification of the deceased, and so forth. There was no riot in the province at the time. So, and majority of our military colleagues came during that time, and they were assisting us in the recoveries and the like. So anyone that is going to come before the commission and claim that there were operations of stabilizing the province from the 15th onward will have to then come and confirm as to where was the case recorded, because the South African Police Service have been keeping records of all incidents. Commissioner, as I'm closing, as I said when I started presenting the timelines, on the 18th, I had the planned leave where my wife was going to give birth, and she was in Pretoria alone. And she was scheduled to go to the hospital on a Monday, the 19th. I had already indicated to her that things are so difficult in this province. I don't think I'm going to be there when you give birth. That's how difficult things are. And she made peace with it. Luckily, she's in the police as well, and she understands the call of duty. But when we realized from the 15th onward that things are calm in the province, and we are now in an operation of recovery of goods, and I felt then, let me engage with the National Commissioner and the Minister, though I did not have to speak to the Minister, but I had to keep him abreast. That, Minister, I think I should be allowed to go to Pretoria, assist my wife, and let her give birth, and take her to the safer place and come back, because my leave was scheduled for 3 weeks, but I did not take a 3 weeks leave. The Minister agreed, the National Commissioner agreed. On the Sunday, the 18th, I drove up to Pretoria, and I saw quite a big contingent of military vehicles that were coming down. And as we had said, we wanted them to be in a strategic deployment areas, because it was the cannons, it was the R4s that they were using on the streets, and we're not supposed to use that during crowd management. That's why we did not necessarily plan to deploy them with those vehicles. But nevertheless, they came on that Sunday when I was going up to Pretoria. The Monday, my wife gave birth. On the Friday, she came out of hospital. On Saturday, my daughter was 4 days old. I took her and my wife into the vehicle and I drove with them just over 1,000 kilometers to my in-laws, where a place of safety, which is outside KZN, and I had to leave them there. So I left my wife who had an operation. I drove with her for 4 days. I'm sure the women that have given birth will understand the difficulty of having an operation, and within 4 days, we are in the vehicle and we're driving 1,000 kilometers with a 4-day-old baby. So that's a sacrifice I made because I love the job I'm doing. So I wanted to take them to a safer place, which I did. I left them there. I got in the aeroplane, I flew back, and I was back again at work. So the minister, the former Minister of Defense, will have came here and indicated that there was a lack of cooperation with the South African Police Service. The kernel of the army was not being finished with intelligence information. We have it on record here, Chair. All our meetings that we've had during the time, as I said, we were running an operation as the police alone from the 2nd, from the 4th onward, but from the 9th, when we experienced the difficulty of the truck burning and blockages, we then arranged a meeting which set on Saturday the 10th, where all the role players, other role players were invited, including the military. The communication we're having with the colonel of the army, asking resources and telling him where we want these resources deployed, is available. From the 10th, as we're communicating with the colonel. Perhaps the minister was not told that truth, but we have it on record. So we can show this commission so that the commission can appreciate that. But when we read the minister's statement, we realized that the minister is saying that she was informed by a chief joint operation, I think 6.9 of a paragraph, of a statement, that paragraph. She makes a reference to a briefing that she received, which says to her, the police is not cooperating, the colonel of the army has not been briefed about anything, and the military does not know where to deploy. And as I said, whoever that might have briefed her, surely it was not Colonel Nyalunga, because Colonel Nyalunga was with us here in the province. Colonel Nyalunga was getting communication, was operating with us throughout the process. But I will then encourage my colleague. I know she said this one, she doesn't want to get deeper into it. I left on the 18th, Commissioner. On the 19th was a Monday. Perhaps she might explain more exactly what transpired, that what the minister claimed to be a better cooperation, an operation that I'm told was running at one of the 5-star hotels in the province, and a military operation or security operation that was coordinated by the former minister together with the Minister of State Security at the Beverly Hills Hotel, where we didn't run operations there, but they were there. Commissioner, I want to end there, if allow my colleagues to explain the interaction from Beverly Hills from the 19th when I was on leave, what operation were they running? Perhaps she will explain more on that.
Yeah. Please, briefly, Major General.
Thank you, Commissioner. Maybe let me start by saying that my position on my portfolio, I'm the Deputy Provincial Commissioner, Policing. As part of my duties, so my duties entail overseeing and commanding operations in the province, also entails supporting the district commissioners and ensuring that interventions are provided where they are needed. Directing all the forces on the ground, they fall within the command of the station commanders and the district commissioners, and I'm overseeing every woman and man in blue, including the station commanders, on behalf of the Provincial Commissioner as a deputy. Coming back to what my Provincial Commissioner was talking about, yes, I started acting as the Provincial Commissioner on the 19th, from the 19th of July. But that was a Monday, so in actual fact, I started acting over the weekend, the 17th, the 18th. But even before the 18th, we had, as SAPS, at the Provincial Office, we had constant communication with all the forces, that is Metro Police, SANDF, and everyone else that was involved in the operation, as the Provincial Commissioner has indicated. I am not aware of any disintegration or non-cooperation between SAPSS and SANDF. I have on my phone records of WhatsApp messages, apart from phone calls and physical meetings, face-to-face meetings that I was holding with Colonel Nyalunga and his team in my office. Over and above that, I have WhatsApp messages where we were communicating, where I was directing Colonel Nyalunga or the SANDF where to deploy. I'm not going to divulge details, but the very first WhatsApp message, because we started communicating via WhatsApp, giving each other details of where to post or where to deploy and where we needed SANDF the most from the 12th. That was between myself and Colonel Nyalunga, and also between myself and Colonel Ntuli. They were coming to my office, we were having meetings, and we had a very good working relationship. There were no gaps until the weekend of the 18th, when Colonel Nyalunga indicated to me that there are generals that have been deployed from head office, generals from SANDF, and I got to meet the generals at Beverly Hills. I was not invited. I can indicate that at the time, National Office had also deployed Major General Zulu, who was coming to assist the province, considering what was happening. So when we heard that the generals were at Beverly Hills, we went there uninvited, and we found the generals, and they welcomed us with open hands. So we had a meeting with the generals. We discussed our issues. We discussed where the threats are. We discussed where we needed them the most, where we need them to deploy, and where we need them to relieve members from the national key points, as the Provincial Commission has indicated. After that meeting, that was on Sunday evening, at about 9, Sunday evening, then we were introduced by the generals to the minister, the then Minister of Defense, as well as Minister of State Security, who were also at one of the boardrooms in the hotel. We had meetings there right until late evening. Then we had follow-up meeting the following day. That was on Monday morning at 7 o'clock. On Monday, after which other meetings that we were having with the ministers, now the Minister of Police was also there. The follow-up meetings then were held at the Provincial office on the 17th floor. Those meetings were held on a daily basis. In some instances, we were having more than 2 meetings a day. Commissioner, that is where I want to end at the moment, but just to reiterate the fact that all the deployments of SANDF were directed from my office on behalf of the Provincial Commissioner. In the absence of the Provincial Commissioner, when I was acting, I was still commanding, but I also had the assistance of National Office, Major General Zulu. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you. General Mukazi, could you make the presentation available to the Commission and other documents you've referred to in your opening remarks? The legal team has also indicated that we need to conclude at 5 p.m., which means we'll not be able to finish with all the questions that the legal team intends to pose. I would like to start off firstly.
The letter that General Nkwazi referred to, do you want that to become Exhibit D?
Well, we've
the first one we requested additional officers on the 2nd
we have
July.
not received the letter formally, Chairperson. As soon as it is made available, we will make a request that it be admitted.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, the legal team has noted some of the submissions, and we are of the view that we'll need some time to reflect and communicate a new date to the Provincial Commissioner. There's quite a lot of information that we still need to digest, and we also need some of the documents that you've referred to. I mean, for example, one of the things we're not aware of is the meetings at this five-star hotel. So the testimony is in contradiction with what the former minister said, so we'll need a bit of preparation on that. But for the next 20 minutes or 15 minutes, I'll just ask a few questions. The first being, how many public order policy members do you have in KZN?
Sorry, the question was, I didn't hear well.
How many public order policy members are located in the KwaZulu-Natal province?
Should I answer now?
Yes,
Okay,
please.
I will have to then get the exact number, but they're just over 1,000. But I'll get the exact, just give me a second, Commissioner. Okay, confirmed, Commissioner, they are 985.
985 members.
Yes, we've lost about 68 of them who have left the service.
But as at the time of the unrest, you had about 985.
It is 985 now.
Now.
Yes.
Please check, as at the time of the unrest, how many were still in active service and were on duty? And how many were deployed from other provinces following your request on the 2nd of July to the national office?
Yeah, so let's take the 2nd of July. On that date, how many public order police officers are on active service in KZN? Is the first question. And also on the 2nd of July, the people that were allocated on the 3rd, how many of them?
Okay, Commissioner, I'm trying to open my attachment here because I don't want to be quoted out of context in terms of the numbers, so that I can be exactly. As I said, we had developed an operational plan when we were running this operation, and as a result, we will have had the numbers that were deployed at the time for the operation specific. If the Commissioner will give me some time to locate it.
No problem.
Check your WhatsApp. You sent it to me on the phone.
No, I left my phone. Sorry, there. Now, the Commissioner is looking for the number of POP from the province. I've had it here on the I think I left the figures from the province, the numbers that we had, but the ones that were deployed from national, which came us to assist after the letter of the 2nd, was 174. That was the national reserve that came through to augment the numbers that we had on the ground. Like I said, we were. Okay, thank you so much. The total number of members, yeah. here on record that were deployed at the time was 870 from the province. 870 members from the province, together with that additional number of members from national that came through. So in total, we had well over 1,000 members that were part of the operation.
Did you receive any other further reinforcements from other provinces?
Commissioner, on the 3rd of July, we received 174 members. On the 11th of July, we received 315, 315. On the 13th of July, we received 278. Those are the deployments that came into the province. With that came 2 helicopters as well. And plus the number of non-lethal equipment that was deployed to the province, as I outlined, which comprised of 108,000 shotgun rounds, rubber rounds, 4,450 tear gas canisters, and 3,000 stun grenades.
And how many members were deployed at the president's residence on the 4th, where there was a large gathering in support of the president?
Commissioner, on the 4th, the Sunday that was named as D-Day by the media, a special day, we had quite a number of members that were deployed as part of the operation, but our strategy was not to come mainly closer to the president's residence, because we understood that if he does not hand himself over, he still has time, where up to the 7th, where we could effect an arrest. So we only had, I think, 2 platoons at the time closer to the president under the leadership of Colonel Mukazi from Public Order Police. And the rest of the members were sitting at the satellite station that is about 2 kilometers from there. And the other big contingents were sitting at a Showe area that was the reserve capacity we had, and the other one was staged at Kranskop. So we did not necessarily have exact numbers of the members there. I would be lying if I say beside the 2 platoons, if there's other police officers that might came in and gone. And I'm not counting the protection service from the South African Police Service that was guarding the president. So I'm not counting them on that.
In your letter to the national office, why did you specifically request additional support? Was it because of intelligence information you had gathered? Was it because of the early warning systems in place in the province? Or was it because you are anticipating challenges as a large number of people were gathering outside the president's home?
Commissioner, I said earlier when I started, the presence of the media at the president's home created an atmosphere in the province where people started getting excited. And with that excitement, people's comments on social media, people's comments in the media platform, different television stations about the correctness or otherwise of the decision taken by the courts. Those analyses, we could realize that the mood is changing in the province, and the chances are that we're going to have a problem when the president has to either go to prison. There might be some chaos that is going to erupt in the province, although we did not expect it to move away from Gandla and be spread around the whole province and beyond into other provinces as well. But it is there to inform us. As we're watching TV, as we're watching the social media, we realize that the mood is changing. We did engage crime intelligence, I must say, and ask them if they know anything about what is going on, what has been planned. The only thing they will have presented to us, which is on the records, on all the presentations that were given, which unfortunately they are classified. We can't share that with the commission here in public, maybe through other means. Almost all what is regarded as intelligent product. Well, when there's something has got a title, they say crime intelligence, and it's got a signature at the bottom, or it's got a heading of an intelligence community, coordinating committee with a signature at the bottom, it does not necessarily mean it tells you who is planning to do what, when, and how. It simply says to you, there's a communication on social media that says this is going to happen. there's publication somewhere that says these people are planning to do this. So therefore, police go and deploy. So when you get such a thing, it's good as not being a product for you. But in a true sense of the word, maybe John Standing Commission of Intelligence will have to tell us what is the real intelligence product. But for our operations, almost every other thing we received throughout the whole period did not help us with operations. So we were working on what we were getting from the social media throughout.
Okay. So at the time when you received all these reinforcements, had you as the provincial commissioner identified the hotspots in the province?
Yes, we did. Hence,
and at the time, which areas were the main hotspots?
No, our focus, as I said when I explained earlier, when we saw the blockage on the N2, the disturbance that happened around the shoreway, the burning of trucks on the N3, we did not understand what is going on, where is it happening, because we thought it's happening here, next thing it goes to a totally different district of Etuela. And we did not understand what is going on, and where are they going next? What are they going to burn next? What are they going to destroy next? We then felt that the national key points might be target. We felt the critical government infrastructure might be target. And then we felt that other critical infrastructure like food distribution centers, some shopping centers might be targeted. So we then prioritize all those. That's why when we deployed, Commissioner, there's a unit in the South African Police Service which I used to work for, which is called the Special Task Force. They don't dress like us, they wear camouflage. They're like the army. They only deal with high-risk operations. They don't deal with crowd management situations. But we had to mobilize even such a unit. Pavilion is standing because of that unit. That pavilion mall would be burned down because the township next to it, they wanted to get in. Special Task Force stood guard and guarded that unit. The shopping center in Pietermaritzburg, working with the South African Police Service, a Magma security company, if they did not do what they did to help us when we were outnumbered, that mall would have been down. So the coordination we're having with our counterparts, security industry, and other forces within the South African Police Service helped us. We've got a political task team here, which are investigators. Their job is to come investigate cases of political matters. But the Gateway Mall next to us, as well as the Conopia next door, are still standing because of the political task team. They took guard, and I was working with them at night while I was still on this safer solution, but I would go there and stand guard the whole night with them. So everyone was working. We had to swap a tie with a firearm so that you can be able to protect the property. And these are properties that were not necessarily government properties, but we deliberately took a decision that we'll secure this one and that one and that one and that one, and the others, tough luck. We can let them burn if they do. But we realized at the time that we just cannot, with this size of the province, we can't secure everything. We just had to deal with what we could. That was our approach, sir.
Yeah. Despite contraventions of the national state of disaster, I do appreciate and understand how you responded to the gatherings outside the president's home in Nkandla. However, would you say this unrest is an example of a spontaneous gathering, or, in your view, was it a planned gathering?
Commissioner, we just do not know whether it was planned. If so, when was it planned? Because we did not necessarily have intelligence briefing on it. However, the gathering at Nkandla, as I said, was influenced by what people were seeing and what they were reading about during the whole period in the run-up to the 4th of July, after the Constitutional Court ruling. But what happened from the 9th, the blockage of road on the N2, the destruction around the shoreway, the burning of the tires on the N3 at Moy River, it made us realize that it is now a coordinated incidents that are happening. They're not just by coincidence. It can't be that while we are in this province, some 200 kilometers away, something similar happened. Because the trucks burn at Moy River, and shortly after that, another truck burns in the south, on the N2 next to Mukazi, on the freeway as well. Yeah. So we could see that it's coordinated, and we started getting some of the voice notes that were circulating, and we started realizing people start coaching each other to take off the number plates in vehicles, how to make a petrol bomb. And when we realized we're dealing with people that even know how to make petrol bombs because perhaps they might have been involved in the armed struggles or whatever. So the techniques that they were deploying, the modus operandi they were deploying, it showed us that it is a coordinated effort, but whether it is something that was spontaneous from the 9th or it's something that was pre-planned, we can't say that. It could be that it was not planned, but maybe as when the president was arrested, somebody came with the idea, let's do this, and then they started coordinating from there. We do not know. But what we know that the looting and the chaos that happened from the 9th onward was planned. But the timelines of planning, we can't tell that because we never really had any intelligence on it.
So was the plan adapted because you could not diffuse this within a reasonable period of time? Or was it adapted because of your monitoring of developments in the media and the situation on the ground?
Now, say, in the main, like I said, when the 9th, the attacks happened on the 9th, the morning of the 10th, we had a meeting. It is in that meeting when we asked intelligence to brief us whether do they know of who's planning what. And when we did not get any positive thing, we then realized that something is happening, we just don't know what it is. So the best thing is to secure the strategic points first. So police officers had to be deployed at police station to guard police station because circulating on the media was to attack police stations and take firearms. So we do not want whoever is planning whatever riot to arm themselves by using us. So we had to secure police stations. That's number one. Number two, we had to then secure all the national key points, including the airport, as I'm saying, the harbour in Durban and many other places that we had to secure. We blocked all the vehicles from driving on the N3. We deployed members of this trash from here to Free State to protect the N3 so that people don't destroy it, don't damage it further, because after this, we still want to use it. The same with the N2. So we deliberately took positions in all these places, and when the colleagues, the general still ask me, the general, when people are causing a riot out there, how do we then stop that? I said, but we don't have resources. If we have enough, then we will go out there. That's why we need the army to take over from here so that we can go there. Because what's the use of burning down the entire harbor and burning down the entire airport because we were running to KwaMashu to go and protect a shopping center there. I can't remember what is it called. There's a shopping center was burnt down in KwaMashu, Bridge City. So we send forces to go and protect Bridge City, KwaMashu, and we leave the airport to burn. So we then had to strategically think, what is more critical for us? Do we secure a shopping center of Konopia and leave a food distribution center somewhere? So we deliberately will go for a food distribution center. Pity, I think over 10 calls I received during the period, Commissioner, where I was called by many senior people to go and protect the SA breweries. Well, we had to deploy members there. Unfortunately, because the calls were coming thick and fast. So this is the situation we're facing with the South African Police Service, to go and protect SA breweries and let other things burn.
Yeah. I still need clarity on this. So between the 4th and the 15th of July, you were still on duty, correct?
That's correct.
And the unrest or the looting and destruction started on the 9th, and you were still on duty at the time?
I was on self-isolation. If I'm going to be in prison for that, forgive me, Commissioner, but I had to work.
Yeah.
Isolation or not. So
Are you aware of an instruction to police members to stand down? There were allegations made.
Yeah, no, those allegations are not true. I'm glad that the Premier did challenge the person who made the allegations. They are not true. They are not true.
Okay. And because of time, I have 5 minutes, and I'll just ask about Phoenix briefly. We'll give you an opportunity to expand further when we reconvene. You highlighted the role that was played by security companies. in relation to the events of Phoenix, what role did they play specifically? You said they are a force multiplier. What was the role of security companies in Phoenix?
So without specifically pointing out the specific security company, but there are quite a number of facilities that were protected, where the security companies will stand guard, and as when they spot something, they will contact the police, and the police will respond immediately, and that will assist us to stop or prevent any further destruction of that particular property. And as they're driving around and they spot a vehicle that has got looted items in it, they will follow the vehicle and alert the police, and will stop those vehicles and we arrest people. So there was quite a number of them that assisted in the very same Phoenix. Unfortunately, there were others that maybe before the commission or maybe for other experiences that people had in the past, where some security companies were branded as those that would have violated the human rights in Phoenix. But as a police officer, I can only talk about the facts. As it stands, we don't have any case against any security company.
But are you at least aware that some of these security companies are under investigation by the Private Security Regulatory Authority?
I'm a South African Police Service member. What about a case docket? I'm not aware of the arrest.
Well, but you are said that you have good relations or you work with security companies. It is a fair assumption that you'd also, from time to time, liaise or have engagements with CIRA, which regulates the conduct of security companies.
So
otherwise, would be collaborating with people who are supposedly committing crimes.
Okay, if you're talking about all security companies in the province, it is not necessarily all of them that we are in good books with. We are investigating, we have seized a number of firearms from a lot of them. There are some of them that we took from Phoenix as well for ballistic tests to see whether they can't be linked with any crime that happened in Phoenix. We have since handed them back, some of those that were cleared. But there are a lot of security companies in this province that have been involved in leasing their firearms to private individuals who then use these firearms to commit murders and kill politicians. So we have since arrested quite a number of them. We've seized a lot of firearms from them. We've made submissions to the CIRA to conduct investigation about the operations of such security companies. So there are a lot of them that we're in court with. It is not all the security companies that were involved. I thought you were asking those that were working well with us in Phoenix at the time. Yeah. What was their role?
Are you, or did you observe, as we are going to Phoenix, any barricades or barriers that were set up on public roads?
Yeah, no, definitely. I saw that. I drove through that myself in the evening.
In your view, is this lawful? Are members of the public allowed to set up barricades?
Totally unlawful. And I must say, Commissioner, it was not only in Phoenix where such happened. In many other places it happened. Around Durban North here at Mhlanga Rocks, we had to go and tell all those people to remove all those barricades that they've set up. Because I think at the time, you could understand the community, how they felt. They were in panic. Nobody could understand what's going on because there was no communication that says this what is planned. Things are happening, and yet you don't know what's coming next. So the panic from the community could be understandable, but we then engage with them through CPF that as much as we are doing good, but what we are doing now is beyond the law. Remove this barricade. You can sit on the side of the road and observe all the people that are coming to your locality and be able to warn us as a police and stand there with the police also. And you're not allowed to stop vehicles and search vehicles and so forth. So there were a number of barricades in the whole province, not only in Phoenix alone.
Yeah. So on which date were you in Phoenix? You said you drove to Phoenix at 9 in the evening. On which date? Was it the 12th?
I cannot remember now, Commissioner, I'll be lying.
Or before the 12th?
Should be between the 11th and the 12th or somewhere about. I will have to go and check my GPS of my car.
Is it after attacks and killings in Phoenix that you
decided to go there? No, well, I do not know the exact whether the attacks or the attacks happened to the people happened in a specific hour, but there were already reports that were coming to me that there is these matters that bodies that have been picked up in Phoenix and someone has been killed. And many of them might not have been known as to what killed them. And police will just receive reports that there are dead bodies lying on the street. And as when those numbers were going up, it couldn't be concerned as to what is going on in Phoenix that makes so many matters, so many bodies be picked up. That's why I decided in the middle of the night to take my car and drive there to go and see what's going on. So I went through the entire barricades that were set up there in Phoenix. Then I realized that there are people or communities, some community members that have decided to make Phoenix kind of a war zone on their own.
Mr. Jones?
Yeah, I see
Is
it's
it good time?
it's 5 o'clock now. Commissioner, I think we will leave it here for today. A new date will be communicated to the Provincial Commissioner. And when we reconvene, we'll continue with questions on Phoenix and other questions that colleagues have regarding the unrest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Provincial Commissioner. We are sorry that we will have to reconvene yet again, but the evidence team, the legal team, will be in contact with you for the arrangement of another day. But thank you so far, and we will then adjourn for the day. It is unfortunately because we also under certain obligations here at the hotel where you need the venues at certain times and stuff like that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We are going to adjourn then for the day. Do you want to quickly give an indication of the evidence that will be led tomorrow? But you are excused if you want to leave at this point in time. Thank you very much, Generals. Advocate Lotz, do you want to give an indication as to what's happening tomorrow?
Yes, apologies, Chairperson. Just a second. Just double checking the correct agenda for tomorrow. We are due to start at 9, and we will be having the first testimony from Minister Zulu, and then we are also scheduled to hear the testimony in the afternoon, or rather in the mid-morning, from the DPCI head. So those are the two that have been confirmed. So we are to resume at 9 o'clock tomorrow, Chair.
Thank you very much. We adjourn.